them know that we are the American indigenous. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Your heritage is right here now, no matter.
All right, you two cutie pies. Let's see. What? Okay, you just told me that you ladies are sisters.
Yes.
You're the baby over here on the left that was bullying your big sister in the pink.
Yes, that's right.
Anyway, what's your name?
Willa.
Willa and
Ellen.
Ellen. Now, tell me what you know about people my color, brown skinned, who were
Indigenous people.
To where? To what land?
To America.
All right now.
States.
And you know that as a little girls, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
All right. I just want to thank you both. Where did you say the Indians were from? Where you were?
We have Abenaki up in Vermont.
Okay. And
we have the Penobscot in Maine and the Mashantucket.
Yeah, okay. All right, ladies. Well, I want to thank you for that. It's just good to know. Because I was born in the 60s. They know. Yeah, we were taught that. You said everyone should know?
Yes.
All right, ladies.
Yes.
You girls, you're two good girls, and you got to stop bullying your your big sister. Okay. Have a good day.
Okay.
42. Once the pandemic era policy expires next week, asylum claims will be processed under Title VIII. I spoke with one migrant from Jamaica who says he's been here for several days. Take a listen.
We are here. We've been here 3 days already. It's difficult because we don't have anything to eat. We haven't taken any baths, and it's very hot and it's very cold in the night. Just want to go to the US to get a work, to change my life and live a good life.
Where you from?
Mexico.
Your ancestors from Africa?
No.
Where your ancestors from?
Negro.
Negro?
Negro.
Negroes?
This is Negro, man. Negro.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
North America?
Yes.
Africa?
No.
Oh. And you Mexican?
Mexican.
All right, bro.
Okay,
thanks for the fish.
Okay,
ISO. Dama. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't got a lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switch side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many. Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, yeah, the ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth and they still high. hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move. Tell them keep fine, leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Lest I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood. That just mean I'm Hollywood. All y'all, I probably stood on the falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us. You see how much time it took. Yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many lies, too many lies. It's too many lies, too many lies, too many, too many. It's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many. Whoa, hey, it's too many lies, hey. Yeah, ISO, Indies, Diamond. Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Hey, y'all, David. Y'all, give me a 1 if y'all can hear me. Still letting the song play.
Don't give them no excuse
Give me a
to
1.
put you on the show.
Mic check.
If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering, I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even now my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just
I did. I literally and purposely shared to all my Twitter political contacts, my colleagues. Today will be a little different. Hey, T-Course, today will be a little different. My behavior will be a little different. But I'm going to keep it a buck. Okay? I'm going to keep it a buck. Because they need to know. I know they're watching. They're starting to use our word usage in their movies. They're starting to use our behaviors in their debates in Congress. And a lot of congressmen and congresswomen are now feeling comfortable with acknowledging their blood quantum for being an Aboriginal or an Indian. It's going to come out because remember, we have access to your records. We know who your families are, and we know the Indians that you're related to, especially all the ones, the white men and white women in Congress, how you identify as European, Caucasian. We know your brown, copper-colored grannies that look like me and grandpas. A lot of us share the same grannies and grandpas in Congress that look like me. A lot of us. We are. A lot of us. You better believe it. If you're Caucasian and your family was here integrating with the Indians that look like me here in the Americas, we definitely share the same great grannies and grandpa. I'm not ashamed at all. I claim all of you that are descendants of my great. Yep, I said it 4 times. Great, 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 great. I'll even take it fifth. Great. Let me see. Let's go back 7 generations. A lot of you members of Congress, okay, at the federal level, senators, representatives, commissioners, appointed cabinets, members, all the 50 states, local, municipality, town councils, men, town council women, state legislators, state representatives, representing all the 50, all the thousands of towns within the United States. You know, there's one thing about this whole thing. A lot of us share the same great, 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 great grannies and grandpas. We do. A lot of us have the same great, 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 great. There's 7 uncles and aunties. Yeah, we do. You just came out with more of your foreign features. Some of y'all keep your heads bald so you won't see these little curls like I got right here. So you can keep hiding all you want. But the beautiful thing about this, they're starting to come out and acknowledge their curly hair, like mine. You see how soft and curly it lays down with the gel, holding gel. See how it lays down, you know, from being so tightly curled. Yeah, that's real baby hair, baby. That ain't no glued on eyelashes. Hell no. Rocky, I'm going to beat your butt for that one. But yes, honey, a lot of us that have this kind of hair right here, you know, we share the same great, 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 great aunties and uncles too. Yeah, we do. So today, since we cousins and shit like that, since we cousins, smash that like button. Since we cousins and we kin, I'm about to address all my cousins. You ain't got to claim me, but I'm claiming your ass. For sure. You ain't got to claim the copper color blood. You know, the Indian, you know. You ain't got to claim the Indian, but I'm claiming you. I'm claiming you. I'm serious. Oh, yeah, I'm claiming you. I'm never going to deny you. I'm claiming you. And now I'm about to address y'all stinking butts. Congress. Fine. I'm on vacation. And this is what I got to do. So let me tell you one thing that you're doing wrong. And let me tell you, Congress, all right, what you're doing wrong. You have put all the Americans making your laws and doing what you're doing today. You've put all the original Americans on the side. You did. You did it to all of us, no matter what color we is. All us American taxpayers. You put us on the side and made us third-class citizens. Yep, I said it. Third-class citizens. And what you're doing to us, taxpayers at the federal level, what you're doing is unconstitutional. What you've done to us is unconstitutional. You have a law that's been in effect, and you got rid of it. Widow's pension. Let's start there. Let's start there with Social Security. You're doing us wrong with our money. You're sending our money over to fund wars in foreign countries that do not pay taxes to our country. You took our tax dollars for that. You have illegal immigrants coming across the border, and you're caring for them with our federal dollars. You're feeding them and everything. Um, refugees. You're putting them in refugee camps, hotels, and everything using our federal tax dollars because they're refugees and they're running in here. So you're using our money on them because they're in crisis. But guess what you're doing? That's unconstitutional. And where you've put millions of us on the side and thought nothing of us. We have spouses, whether they're female spouses or male spouses, that have worked all their lives. And you will not allow that spouse that's in a crisis that has no children. You don't have to have children with your spouse. You could have been with them for 30, 40 years like me. And we can't collect their Social Security until we're 60. That's wrong. Yet you help the immigrants come in here and you immediately give them federal dollar money EBT cards. And you pay money for them to stay in hotels. We're in a crisis when our spouses die and we don't have that other part of our financial support. So what you're doing, you put the immigrant, migrant, or whatever that's coming in the border, illegal immigrants, before all of us. You don't care that the spouse that's left alive, you don't give a damn how they're going to pay their rent. You don't give a damn how they get that portion of their husband's money to be able to afford and stay in their homes and pay off other bills. You give less than a 2-bit damn. Oh, yes, you do, because you're still doing that, and it's wrong. And I am demanding that Congress get it back to where we should be careful. We shouldn't have to wait till we're 60 years old because we don't have children to collect our husband's money. You're doing what you want to do with our spouse's money. You're doing what you want to do with their money and not giving it to us because we're in a crisis, but you don't give a damn. You are here's what you're doing. Funding foreigners coming off the land and taking care of them with our tax dollars. Let's listen to what you're doing.
42. Once a pandemic era policy expires next week, asylum claims will be processed under Title 8. I spoke with one migrant from Jamaica who says he's been here for several days. Take a listen.
We are here. We've been here 3 days already. It's difficult because we don't have anything to eat. We haven't taken any baths, and it's very hot and it's very cold in the night. Just want to go to the US to get a work, to change my life and live a good life.
You are going to, what you're going to do with our dead husbands or dead wives' money that they've paid into for over 50 years into the federal pot called Social Security. That's federal dollars too. You're taking that money that we can't collect now in our crisis, and you're giving that guy that's waiting to get in the border, because I'm sure he's in now, and you're using my husband's money for that. That's what you're doing. You're using my husband's hard-earned money that he paid into Congress because he's dead, to care for him and to make sure he has food and a place to live and shelter. But when I need my husband's money to have his part of the portion, I can't get it. Suffer, become homeless, struggle, do what you got to do. It ain't no, okay, let's give you your husband's money now. I demand our money back because you've decided to take our husbands and wives' money and spend it on that illegal guy. That's unconstitutional. You looked out for a non-American That's unconstitutional. So, you senators and representatives need to be checked at the door. People should not vote you in unless you check that at the door. You've made all of us third class citizens when you've done that to us. What about our crisis? What about it? You don't give a damn. You Democrats, you're using our state tax dollars. Yeah, you're using our state tax dollars. And you congressmen and women, you're using our federal dollars to care for these illegal immigrants with our spouses' money. And all the married spouses whose husbands have died, we all need to march and check Congress at the door. What y'all think about that? We need to march and check Congress at the door. If I had my husband's $2,000 a month Social Security check coming into me, that would be helping me. That's the whole purpose of them working and paying in the system. But you decide to get rid of widow's pension. And if there are no children involved because they're all adults, oh, you can wait till you're 62 or 60. No, money grip. We want it now. The way the law you made is unconstitutional because as the record stands, you're taking care of refugees, illegal immigrants with the quickness. How many thousands for every thousands? It's probably in the millions of immigrants that have come in here. You've used our money to care for every last one of them, and you're still doing it. And it's wrong. This is why I want the Democrats out. You're using our funds wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. What say you? It's wrong. So we need to keep fighting. We need to come together. Doesn't matter what our goddamn race is. We're Americans. That's an American heartbreak. Every person whose spouse is deceased should be at the door and at the necks of every congresswoman, congressman, at the federal and state levels. It's wrong what you're doing to us. It's wrong. And we should be able to continue to work and collect it with no cutbacks just because we work. So what? When our husbands was alive, we worked, and we should still be able to collect his money because the money that we're collecting isn't the same amount of money that they've contributed to the households when he was alive and working. It's a small portion called Social Security. It should be no cuts in it. We should get it immediately. I want mine retroactively now. Who are you to control and tell us how we should get our federal dollars from our deceased husbands? And then you turn around and make a decision to give our damn money to immigrants. Who do you think you are? They should not be in office, y'all. This shit should be at the table, at the door. They should be thinking about us first, right now. Just like they're doing these immigrants to bring them in here as slaves to work in different companies. Your thoughts? Because I'm going to keep talking about this and I'm going to keep pushing it. These are the questions that you need to be asking your local and federal level state representatives and senators. They should be checked at the door. And if they can't check it, put it on the table and get the bill pushed, then we need to vote them out. This is an American issue. This is an American issue, a first-class American issue. I'm first class. I've been paying in this system all my life. And so is my husband. He died walking into work. He dropped dead. He dropped dead paying in the system. And you're going to give his money to illegal immigrants, giving them EBT cards and cash benefits. That's wrong, and it's unconstitutional to do to the American. If your senators and representatives are not on board to fix this unconstitutional problem, they need to be checked at the door and walked out of Congress. That means they don't give a damn about you. These are the real things. Now, y'all wanted Sister Bethy to talk about real stuff on the panel, so I'm talking about it now. What's up with that, Congress? What's up with that, y'all? I want every individual that got a dead husband or dead wife that been working in this system to join my panel. Don't be scared. Join my panel and tell me what you feel about that. Wouldn't you live comfortably if you were able to get that $2,000 check from Social Security? And it shouldn't be a choice of one or the other. We both work. I have a right to control and have a say so where my husband's money should go. I'm his spouse. Who do you think you are? See, many of us, whether we're brown or white, wouldn't be in these conditions that have, you know what I mean, married spouses that whose spouses are dead and died young. I'm not at retirement age, but I still deserve my husband's portion in the house. But yet you take it and freed a goose that we don't even know, and that's illegal. And you giving them our money by way of EBT food benefits. That's some bull crap, and it's wrong. I want my husband's money back. I want it back. And then we shouldn't have to pick between ours and our husband. We should still be able to get both. Do you really care about the American? Do you? A real senator and a real representative would fight for that. And you're not. And it's wrong. So what I have to do now is go and gather up all the spouses who has a dead husband that's not at retirement age like myself. I got to gather all them up now so we can fight and be a huge impact on what senator and representative will be in office. And that's a fact. It's wrong. When I say this Congress don't give a damn about what color you are, honey, they'll put you in, they'll leave you hanging in your financial crisis and take care of the immigrants coming at the door with your husband's money, your dead wife's money, your dead husband's money. That's where it's going. You're third class when it comes to an immigrant looking in the gate. This is who's getting your dead spouse's money. This is who's getting your dead spouse's money. And it's wrong. You were put aside.
42. Once a pandemic era policy expires next week, asylum claims will be processed under Title 8. I spoke with one migrant from Jamaica who says he's been here for several days. Take a listen.
We are here. We've been here 3 days already. It's difficult because we don't have anything to eat. We haven't taken any baths, and it's very hot, and it's very cold in the night. Just want to go to the US to get a work, to change my life and live a good life.
Yeah, honey. Now, I'm American Indian, and I stand on it. And every congressman, you know it. You know we done already came out from hiding. You know we all did. We're no longer the blacks, the coloreds, the Negroes, the Afro, which is a hairstyle, Americans. And you're not going to make the original mainland Indians, us, African Americans, because we didn't come from Africa. We might have their skin color, but our skin folk ain't kinfolk. All right? Nothing mean against Africans at all. We're just not the same people. So don't try to make us them. Genealogy hits you at the door, and you know better. Yes, back in those old days when our people so called couldn't read and write, even though I showed you a whole slew of information the day before yesterday on how we stuck together and our senators, representatives, and we had school teachers, okay, Indians. You identified them by colors. In college, entering college in the 1850s, you knew this information was going to come before us. So now, thanks to the LGBT community, we can be who we are and who we were not. We can be who we were born to be. We could be who we're not. And we can really be who we are without being hung in a tree. We can now say we're the Indians of this soil. It's no longer a threat towards us. Certainly, you passed the law, remember? Self-identifying. And the LGBT community can change their genders and be somebody else. So now, and they're not getting hang on trees for it. So now, all of us Indians are now coming out not wanting to be what you labeled us to be. You, many of the people that look like us, because y'all was the enumerators going around, you Negroes. And you went around and just put us as blacks. Even though clearly my skin is not black. My braids are black. So isn't there a very strong difference in the color of my skin than the black braids? You put me up against a black crayon, you might as well call me white. Because how many shades lighter am I than my braids that are black? Mainland Indians and real Africans, they don't even call themselves Africans. They say who exactly they are. They tell you, no, I'm Nigerian. Even those are made up names too. That's not an African name. Now, when you're talking Mandinka, they know exactly what tribe they from. Not the name that you colonizers give them. Okay? Instead of us being called who we are, we could be Seminoles, all the unrecognized tribes you don't hear about. You don't hear about the Yamasee. A lot of us are Yamasee. It's not just 5 tribes. Those are just the 5 you recognize. We are millions of the other ones that were washed out in history. Oh, yeah. Boo, boo, boo. So now we're coming to say who we are. Since, as your subjects, citizens, you wrote us out and just said, okay, you're brown. You never racially identified us. And I don't know who the hell you think Jesse Jackson is. He's not my representative. He's not even from my state. So I'm not going to be 23-year-old in 1988 when his ass decided to come out and say, oh, we want to be called African Americans more. No, you don't. Because genealogy is a bitch. My genealogy doesn't taste me to Africa. Just like a lot of you one-drop rule babies in Congress. One-drop rule Indians. A lot of you are not traced back to Africa. Some of you are traced back to Europe, but you still, remember, we still got the same great grannies. You don't have to claim me. That's fine. That's cool. That's how it always been. That's how they divided us. Okay? Yeah, you did. But that's all good. But you forgot. We can now do the things that you never thought we would do. Because you know the damn tribes don't go by blood quantum. Because if they do, then all the white people are going to have to leave because it's going to trace them back to Ireland, uh, Italy, Jerusalem, all those different places. So don't even play with me today. Don't. You know the Cherokees and all the 5 civilized tribes went and restarted the tribe all over again and allowed the Indians that look like them in and not the brown ones. Keep the brown ones out. Yeah, you did. Which are the full bloods. They were Indian based on doing you know what with us. Remember, there was a time in history that whites and non-whites could intermingle, marry, have kids, and they become Indians until people like Walter Placker, of course, in Virginia. You know what he did? Remember what Walter Placker did? You know, he deemed all Indians in Virginia as coloreds. Because after a while, he couldn't tell who was an Indian and who wasn't. And he strongly influenced all the other states to follow his league as registered, telling them that when our babies come out and Indians, they're now colored. He wanted to wipe out the identity Indian, which he did pretty much till 1967 when it was overturned. You know that. They wanted to get rid of that darker full blood Indian. Me. We're still here. So you lied and said we died of diseases and stuff that we caught from Europeans. Nope. Stop lying. Because if that's the case, if all the Indians, the majority of all the Indians died of diseases brought in by Europeans, then all the white people would be dead too, right? Hello, duh. So we're still here and you're treating all of us. It don't matter if we're white, black, Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, no matter what our race is. You are doing an unconstitutional thing to the Americans that have paid in to the federal system, Social Security. So we need to round up all those people. Oh, thank you, Frida. You're so sweet, Lady Moon. That's so sweet of you, love. I appreciate it, y'all. I really do. I got to round up all the people that have dead husbands. And you know what? It's going to be easy because all I have to do is round up all the people from X generation, like me. I'm from X generation, so it makes it easy. X generation. Then you got the Y generation whose spouses are dead now. Yeah, millennials. So it's easy to gather them up. They're all in YouTube. I'm X generation. A lot of X generation spouses have died and are not able to care for their wives. Now, you do help them if they have kids, but when they don't have kids, so what? So screw the wife. She can work. Whoa, you forgot about inflation. No, we should have our damn money now. So I'm going to be going around calling all the X generation, this is us, the generation after boomers, because see, boomers can collect their Social Security from their spouses. But us X generation, we can't. And so I'm going to round up all them white sisters, them black sisters, them Chinese sisters, every race that's an American that paid into the Social Security system and say, look, you guys, what they're doing to us is unconstitutional. They're taking care of illegal immigrants with our dead spouses' money. So we should not vote that senator that won't put this shit and check this shit at the door and take care of us. We got to get him out, y'all. This ain't got nothing to do with Democratic, Republican at all. It's an American thing. The hell with it being a Democrat or a Republican. This is an American crime that you're committing, and it's unconstitutional to put the American behind the illegal immigrant in a moment of crisis. Smash that like button, y'all, and throw up some fire if you believe that it is unconstitutional to put illegal immigrants in front of the tax-paying American when it comes to crisis situations. Give me fire if you think it's unconstitutional what they're doing. Let's go. It ain't got nothing to do with color, goddammit. I'm talking about an American crime. We on the crime scene right now. We're on the crime scene. We can start a fund to get attorneys to bring actions against this because it's unconstitutional. We can raise money quick and pay for that lawyer, all of us. It don't matter what our damn color is. We can hire a lawyer to bring actions to fight for this in Congress for us. This is something, and it's easy to get the money to pay an attorney because it's, how many X generations it is that spouses are dead. You don't even have to have a dead spouse because it can affect you if your spouse is alive and you're X generation and he suddenly dies. You don't have, because if you're married and your spouse is alive, you should chip in to pay for the lawyer because you never know. We're never promised tomorrow. And that's a fact. This ain't no one personal problem. I'm not the only one. Hey, beautiful Denise. Hey, beautiful Cherise. Genealogy is very important. I'm going to open the panel early because I want politicians or anybody. I don't give a damn what your race is. This is not the racist channel. I want white people, Chinese people. I don't give a damn what your race is. This is an American problem. And we're on a crime scene where this government is committing the crime. Let's go, y'all. Hey, John. Hey, y'all. Yeah, today's segment is a little different. Congress needs to be addressed. We need to put these congressmen and women online, challenge them. It's crap. It's crazy. I'm going to play music. I'm going to put the link in the chat. And I want to talk about it. We're talking about this and nothing more. Let me see. Let me put this link. Let me get this link going. Let me get it going, y'all. I'm going to play some music. And wait, I'm starting early today. I ain't got time for the voodoo tang. All right, I'll wait for y'all to come up. Let's go, y'all.
ISO. Dama. Woo! Hey, it's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, it's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, it's so many, hey, it's so many, yo, it's so many, yo, it's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't got a lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes.
1,200 people watching. 1,200 plus. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Congress needs to hear our conversation. Hit the link and join the panel.
We just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose. Every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse. Ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey. There's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many. Hey, there's so many. Yo, there's so many.
Yeah. Ask them a real question. Yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offside.
I'm serious. I'm going to just sit here and wait. I'm not moving any further until a brave person with balls come up here and talk about this. I'm not moving any further. I'm just going to sit here and wait. I got all damn day. I'm on vacation.
But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep fine. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood. That just mean I'm Hollywood. Off y'all, I probably stood on the falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us. You see how much time it took?
Yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many lies, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many,
Hey, it's too many lies, hey. Yeah, ISO, Indies, Dama. ISO, Dama.
it's too many lies, too many lies, hey, it's too many lies, yo, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many, yo, it's too many lies, look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth, knocking them down every time I step in the booth, we ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof, it's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof, ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move.
I'm keeping it a buck, y'all. I'm not holding the piano. I noticed that we jump on pianos when we're ready to say, fuck you, bitch. Kiss my ass. I'll pull up and beat the shit out you. Well, I'm sorry, that's not the kind of piano I'm holding. I'm holding a real professional dialogue piano. So if you have balls, maybe you should start practicing to have decent conversations. But I'm not waiting for people that's looking for excitement of our people threatening each other and calling each other bad names. Sorry, that's not the audience I want to attract. So I'm just going to sit here in the back and wait and see who's brave enough to address Congress with me right on my live. I have political people watching me all over this world. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to, that's fine. But I'm telling you this. I'm being open with you. And I'm telling you, I'm not making no moves or having no further conversation unless you come up like you run up on other panels when you're ready to cuss people out. I'm not doing that. I want to address Congress. I don't want to have people talk about us being African or being black because we're not African, and now you're going to kill them because of this and that. Sorry, I'm addressing Congress today. Action mode. So I'll just sit here and let my music play until somebody comes up. I do have other information I want to share, but I'm not sharing it until we get people on the panel. We'll see. I'll just wait here and see who's going to be nice enough and sweet enough to come up and dialogue with Sister Bethy. I'm also not going to be supporting channels that don't support mine with dialogue. Yeah, for real, because it's wrong. I have a political audience, and they're here and they're watching. Call them bots if you want, but you're going to find out that these ain't no fucking bots watching me. You're going to find out soon. I'm not holding back no more. I'm keeping it a buck. So I'm just going to sit here and wait. I'm waiting. The link is in the chat and it's pinned to the top. So I'll wait. And I'm not supporting nobody. I'm not sharing nobody else's live because don't nobody have that kind of respect for me. For real. And I think it's wrong. So, hey, until I see people treat me the way that I treat them and support them, I'm good. I got my audience. Like I said, 1,206 watching. We good, y'all. So I'm going to wait for you lovely ones to come up.
Then you feel it.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far away I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health.
Oh, and y'all, I must let you know, and I like to show my face when I say this. I must let you know this. You're going to start seeing congressmen and congresswomen, local, state, senators, and representatives jumping on my panel. And guess what? When they do come on my panel, I'm not inviting you up. I'm going to ignore your ass just like you ignore me when I ask you to come up and dialogue with me. I'm just going to leave your ass in the chat and not be on the panel. Don't be surprised if Donald Trump jump on my panel. I'm going to leave your ass right in the chat room and ignore you like you ignore me. That's all I'm saying. But eventually, maybe that's how my channel, the direction my channel got to go in. Just dealing with people that got some fucking sense. How about that? All right? So you don't want to come up with me. That's cool. That means that you was being disingenuous, disloyal to me too. So I'm just going to wait here. I'm not making no move about addressing Congress live today. The hell with a letter. They're watching. So we can tell them. And don't be surprised if one jump on the panel. If they jump on the panel, you're not coming up. Just remember that. Here we go, y'all.
Conscious.
No moves till you jump on the panel and start talking.
Matic. Alright, so far away I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that
Straight smoke. Simple. Addressing Congress. Live while they're watching my channel. That's what it's about.
That made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days
Until I get volunteers up here with balls, I'm going to let Congress know what they need to know. And I want some balls, people with balls up here to be able to come up and not be afraid to address Congress in a professional manner. I don't need to send out letters. They're all watching my channel. And when they remember, I'm blowing you up.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day. And when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turn to morning dew, then you feel it freshening.
You won't believe it now, but when you see that professional congressman or congresswoman come on my panel, don't come running and say, oh, drop the link, because I'm not going to. You don't have the decency and respect to come and address me with Congress on the panel. Now, I ain't asking you to come to D.C. I'm asking your ass to come on the panel. You can't come. Don't come when they come on the panel. Or some of y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of damn copycats. Here we go. I'm going to sit back and wait.
Lose control. You don't wanna go slow. For sure, we both already know your place is my place. No, my place is your place. Let's face it, baby. You know all the places. My place is your place. My place. Just face it, no one knows my places like you do. Your places like I do. My place like you do.
They watch.
Baby, don't stop. Got the key to the lock. We in our own zone. Make yourself at home. Get to know mine on the inside. We can meet at yours next time. And you feel it freshening. Lose control. You don't wanna go slow. For sure, we both already know your place is my place. Now my place is your place. Let's face it, baby. You know all the places. My place is your place. Your place is my place. Just face it, no one knows my places like you do. Your places like I do. My place like you do.
Tomorrow, I have myself and a bunch of millennials, the Y generation, checking me at the door. One of them is my daughter. I told her, she said, you want me to say what I feel? I said, yes, I do. So they'll be on with me live tomorrow night. A bunch of millennials checking me at the door. Checking everybody at the door. Y'all know I say the rude generation. So they'll be on live with me tomorrow. Males and females tomorrow. Millennial, the Y generation. Okay, I see straight smoke. Let me put my banner up to make sure it's not nobody who wants to show their future. Hey, is that you? Okay, got you. Okay, so I'm gonna start it off with Straight Smoke. Hey, brother, thank you for being brave enough and respectful enough to come on the panel with me.
How you doing, Sister Bethy? It's good to
Good.
be
I
with you
just
as
want to make
always.
sure. Good. I'm glad that you're here too. I jump on people's panels and I just stop. So, um, what it's really about today is addressing Congress. I told you that I affiliate with a lot of political colleagues. Some of them are congressmen, some of them are congresswomen, some of them are local state reps, whether they're Democrat or Republican, both levels. And today, I am boldly speaking about the fact that um, a major issue that where America allows us to go into crisis if we're married and our spouse dies. Our spouses that have been working 30, 40, 50 years paying into the Social Security system as spouses, whether we're a male spouse or female, because men should be able to collect their wives' Social Security too. Um, they don't let us, if we're not 62 and if we don't have children, they won't let us collect our husband's spouse to continue helping us pay a portion of our finances, our basic emergency necessities like light, cable, phones, whatever, food, whatever. We can't get that. But yet they let immigrants come in and at the federal level provide them with food stamps. That's our spouses' tax dollars. They could get it, but we can't. We can get it, but when we too damn old to probably drop dead ourselves, it's wrong and it's unconstitutional to put an American in third class place. Doesn't matter what the race is. You just put the real Americans that have been paying into the Social Security system in a crisis situation. And you took our spouses' money to pay for these very people that come in illegally from the border, and you give them EBT cards off our husband's money, but we can't get it when they die. But they help them in a crisis situation, but not us. This guy right here.
42. Once a pandemic era policy expires next week, asylum claims will be processed under Title 8. I spoke with one migrant from Jamaica who says he's been here for several days. Take a listen.
We are here. We've been here 3 days already. It's difficult because we don't have anything to eat. We haven't taken any baths, and it's very hot and it's very cold in the night. Just want to go to the US to get a work, to change my life and live a good life.
Okay, that's all well and good, buddy. But you're in an emergency situation where you couldn't take a bath. It's cold at night. You're hungry and you need somewhere to go. You're coming in the border to our land over here. And you're going to get my husband's Social Security money so that you could eat, take a bath, and all this other stuff. Nobody in your country is doing that for me. So why should I have to take my husband? You're taking my husband's money by force to give it to an illegal immigrant. That's unconstitutional. We're on a crime scene. You've illegally taken my husband's hard-earned money of 30 years and you're giving it to illegal immigrants. Why I suffer without his portion of the money. What say you to that, Straight Smoke? And that's not the only crime, but what say you to that?
That is very disheartening, and to know that the displacement of the American through this system, how they have it set up under this last administration. I mean, to tell you the truth, it's just sickening. It's just sickening, and to know that they use our taxpayer funds to fund all of these nonprofit organizations and for-profit organizations and this is all a titled agenda that they go along with. It's I've been wanting to talk about this for a long time. I'm glad that you're doing this. I'm glad. That's hard. That's hard.
Yeah. They roll millions of dollars to nonprofits that provide food for people, illegal immigrants, all these millions that have come across the border. And they don't even know the count. They put them in hotels. They buy out a whole damn hotel to put them in there. Okay. And they're using our money. When you're talking EBT, that's federal money. When you're talking Social Security, that's federal money. You took the money that you told me I can't get until I get older to take care of their crisis situation. But what about mine? I got cable. I need food. I need gas. I need to pay my lights. I need to pay, mortgage or rent, whatever we need. And this ain't got nothing to do with no damn color. This is an American harm done by this government. So you forcefully took our money against our wishes. You can help them now, but you can't help us now. And you don't consider our husband dying and not being able to support us a crisis. But this dude that want to come over here and take a bath that ain't took a bath in 3 days. Hell, we could throw him some soap over the fence and tell him to go find a damn pond to wash up. What's wrong?
Well, and through my research, I found out, and I'm pretty sure that you know this too. The Open Border Society, open border policies that was initiated back in 2014, 2013. It happened across seas first. Now they shifted and they moved it here. This is I have to totally agree with you. I just do not understand how America was always put on the back burner, and knowing that it's our dollars that pay their checks. I mean, a lot of people want to call them congressmen and women. I still call them servants of the people. So I don't understand how this ego just kicked them into a high gear to say that they know what's best for themselves and the country, and they clearly don't have the interests of the country at heart.
It's crazy. So I just think that all the widows that are in X generation and going forward, X generation, now after us, we have the millennials, which is the Y generation that are married, whose spouses are dead. Okay. We all should be up here in addressing Congress. We need to get them out of office if they don't want to make this happen for us. They've taken our money to pay for our wars we ain't got shit to do with.
Exactly.
Weapons.
Exactly.
Wrong. It's bullying. It's bullying. And we're not doing anything about it.
You say bullying. I call it theft.
Yeah, it is theft.
Theft.
Yes.
Cut and dry. That is theft. Because nobody asked, no consent from the people. They just did it on their own volition. They didn't come to ask you about, hey, would you like to participate in XYZ 1, 2, 3? They didn't give you those options, no choices. What it was, oh, we're going to make this happen. Damn the people. We're going to make this happen. So looking at just looking at it on its face right there, I think some people need to go to jail. Who signed for this? I think some people need to go to jail. Yes. Start making class action lawsuits against these people.
Yeah.
Take their property, put their property on, give it back to the people. Let's look at some of these politicians and congressmen that have all this money. I know your budget. I know how much you get paid. And matter of fact, who told you that you can grant yourself your own raise by voting on it? You didn't ask nobody for that neither. I'm totally pissed when it comes to government.
Yes. These are the things that we're on a literal crime scene. And these things are things that they arrest people for. Or what about yourself? You all need to be in handcuffs. You have just harmed the American. I thought it was unconstitutional to harm an American, a civilian. No one said harm had to be physical.
Nope.
They tell that to all servicemen. You cannot harm civilians, American civilians, correct?
Correct.
What about when you're passing laws that harm American civilians? You don't think that's harmful to take our money, tell us no, we don't care about your dead husband or your dead wife. We need to pay these immigrants that didn't take a bath for 3 days and give them EBT cards. That's wrong. What did you just do to an American legally? Is it unconstitutional? It should be challenged. It is. Do you understand the power as X generation and Y generation that we have? You know how powerful that is to stand and tell them that they have harmed us as civilians, as Americans. That's supposedly representing us. You're representing illegal aliens. You're not representing us. What the hell is going on here?
There we go. That's it right there. Who are you really representing now? Because it is not the interests of the American people. But then again, the federal government always says they always put first American interests abroad versus home. That's what they'll go protect first, is abroad. They don't protect home. So the whole mind frame and structure of the government has changed from being about America to America's interests abroad. So now they're bringing what they paid for over there back here.
And how dare you send us recommendations to get cognitive therapy for the loss of our spouses? I don't need cognitive therapy. I want his fucking money that he earned.
Yeah, that's crazy. A cognitive test to say that you're capable mentally of handling his
cognitive
money.
Therapy to get over the death. I mourned already. I'm straight. All right, I want his money now. Why I gotta wait? How come you paying for this dude to take a bath and get in a hotel and provide him with food and shelter? That's what the hell I'm trying to buy. But I can't because you won't give me my husband's money. You gave it to a foreigner who didn't pay into the Social Security system, and you send weapons over to fund your lineage, ancestral land. Oh, should I name it? Where is it? Germany. Who's at war? Germany and Russia, all these other countries, funding them with weapons. Israel. I'm not from Israel, but you took my tax dollars to use it to pay, give them weapons. The fuck?
Pretty much. Look at all the money.
I'm over here on the soil. I'm the American.
Straight up. Just add up all the money they sent to Ukraine. That could have been $50,000 for every single American household.
We could really make their ass work. Oh, your husband died? He did? Okay. If we can't give you cash, we're going to give you Section 8. That's who Section 8 should be for. My husband's dead. I no longer get his portion of the money. So I would like a Section 8 voucher. But since you don't want to give me my husband's money, Section 8 voucher to live in a beautiful neighborhood that I've been living in.
But you have to understand, you still have to go through the rigmarole of that paperwork. They can't just openly give you something. You're an American.
You don't want to give me my spouse's money, which what $2,000 a month. All right, Give me a Section 8 voucher where I can live in any 55 and up community I want. This is the shit we need to make Congress do. Oh, you're eligible. You cannot collect the money until you're 62 or 60. Okay. How about I don't collect it? Just give me my damn Section 8 voucher. So I can live in a 55 and up community and it's already paid for by the Social Security system, like you're doing the immigrant. See, we gotta fight them. We gotta make them. You know what I mean? The white people be like, well, damn, that's cool. Oh, you're paying mortgage? Okay, so what we do, we can't give you cash. But what we're gonna do is send monthly payments to your bank for your mortgage. We'll do that. We'll give you yes, automatically it'll go be direct deposited towards your mortgage. Yo, we got to make them work for us. We can't keep sitting back.
To take it a step further, Sister Bethy.
I know that's right, Smoke. He said, I'll take the Section 8 and stay near the niggas. All the 55 and up communities are not just Europeans. It's a mixture of people that don't shoot up guns and shit at night. Not to say that they don't have them stacked. They use them when it's necessary. Like, if you knock on my door with your shit, I'm popping you. You ain't supposed to be here. Now, I damn sure keep mine. But I'm not out there shooting it up in the air. But I'm just saying, this is the pressure we got to put on our senators and representatives. We're literally living in the middle of a crime scene. When did we, the people, say that, okay, pay for weapons over in, where the hell are they at?
Not never.
Where's Putin and them at? I don't even know where the hell they're at. And Zelensky, where's that at?
Ukraine.
All right. What the hell? Why is my husband's tax dollars going to Ukraine?
To protect American interests. That's what they'll say every step of the way.
I'm not interested in Ukraine.
Me neither. I give a damn about what's going on over there. Straight up.
That's a whole different crime scene. That ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't see none of them
other countries put no money back in the coffers over here.
Why is Congress funding jurisdictions in countries that we don't have jurisdiction over? Isn't Congress supposed to just focus on who they have jurisdiction over? How did you get jurisdiction to do that in Ukraine?
I'd love to know the answer to that.
How did you get jurisdiction over in Israel? Congress was made to create laws for us where they have jurisdiction at. So you're sending our weapons to places that you don't have jurisdiction. Something's wrong with this picture.
Who's being paid? I want to know who is signing these documents saying that this is what we should do. I'm starting to look at the names of the congressmen and women that said it's okay to do XYZ 1, 2, 3, and they put their John Hancock on there. I want to know those people's names because those are the people that needs to. As a matter of fact, I think we need term limits.
I wonder how Trump feels about that. I would be interested. No, we already know with JoJo how he feels about it. We already know he's the one funding them. So I wonder what Trump's thoughts are. I wonder if Donald Trump thinks it's fair that in crisis situations, the Americans should be ignored and immigrants like the guy who needs to come over, take a bath, get some food because he's cold, should be put first. I wonder what Trump's thought is.
He said it already.
What did he say?
He said when he's reelected, he's going to have the largest mass deportation program ever launched in American soil.
Can you say that again, sir?
Trump said that he is going, when he's back in office, he's going to launch the biggest mass deportation on American soil.
Trump's going off now. Go Trump. Ready for the mass deportation. Let's get it, Trump. Let's go. Okay, I can work with that, but I still want my husband's money. At our age, I want the Section 8 voucher for who it really should be for. Oh, we gave away your husband's money, a lot of it, to fund the war. So we'll give you a Section 8 voucher for the rest of your life. How about that? And I can collect my own damn Social Security on top of that. I should not have to live and watch somebody else continue to collect my husband's portion of the household. My dead husband's money be given to somebody else. The link is pinned to the top. This is not a racist station, and this is not a racist dialogue. I don't care what your race is. You can hit that link and tell us how you feel about our feelings towards us letting you know how we're being put on the back burner for immigrants. I've paid into the Social Security system for 45 years. 45 years. That's a long damn time.
I think they ought to end property tax as well. Let's say in the state, let's say, like you said, someone is retired. At that stage in their life, their funds is pretty much half of what they would generally making. So why not end their property tax? Why not their mortgage is done? It's over with. You ain't got to pay no more of that. Just pay your utilities. That's it. I mean, it's simple. It's simple things that I think can be implemented for the elderly. I really believe that. Get rid of the property tax and kill their mortgage out. Completely pay their stuff off.
Facts. Facts, straight smoke. Yo, you want to help immigrants? You need to take care of Americans first. If you're going to give immigrants our money when they come over here, if you're going to put them up in hotels and give them training in schools, all right, free trade training, and provide them with our money, then you need to take care of the American first. If you're going to do that, it's tick for tack. All right, I have to take care of this American. Her husband died. She doesn't have his portion of the finances. She is now in a struggling position. I got to take care of her. So let's give her a Section 8. They'll pay her rent or mortgage for the rest of her life. Since we're taking her husband's money to spend on illegal immigrants. It's wrong. It's wrong. That should be for anybody's spouse that dies at young age. My husband died at 54. He still had to work damn near 10 more years before he could retire. Generation X.
That's why I look at these congressmen and women. I look at what they're voting on. I stay watching C-SPAN because I want to know exactly what are you voting on. Because that's what's implemented across these 50 states.
Facts.
But the simple solution is to take care of Americans first. That's it. How was you able to offer all of this package deal to these people before you can actually give it to the American people first? Where was the free job training for us for certain jobs? You won't even give a job to a felon that turned his life around. But you don't even know what this dude from Guatemala just did.
Facts. Could have killed his whole family and buried him.
Man.
And then came on across the border.
It's sickening. It is sickening, but that goes to the mindset of the people that are who we so-called put in charge. So, in some sense, I will say this, and I'm sorry I have to say it like this. I think it's our fault mostly because we're not vetting people correctly. We are not vetting these people because they do this all the time. Everybody knows it. Once you elect them, they start off saying all the right things that you want to hear. As soon as they touch foot in DC, what they do? They got to play ball.
Oh, yeah.
It's time for people to start doing the right thing.
Right.
Talk up. Speak out.
Now, you want to get up on the panel and fight and argue. This is what we should be fighting and arguing about. And may I remind you, Congress representatives, while you're watching, since it's based on who we are and who everybody is, first of all, let's talk about who the American are. We were the Americans. We were here when you found us. We're the Indians that stayed in your colonial states that did not go to Oklahoma. Let me remind you, Congress, while you're watching what you said way back then, Congress. Let's talk about what you said way back then, Congress. Let me get it up here. How about you read this? Because we're the Indians that remained and didn't go to Oklahoma, Congress. So, Straight Smoke, you want to help me reading this, please? From 1830. Remember, Congress, this is what you said. Let's take it back.
In 1830, just a year after taking office, Jackson pushed a new piece of legislation called the Indian Removal Act through both House of Congress. It gave the president power to negotiate removal treaties with Indian tribes living east of the Mississippi. Under these treaties, the Indians were to give up their lands east of the Mississippi in exchange for lands to the west. Those wishing to remain in the east would become citizens of their home state. This act affected not only the southern nations, but many others further north. The removal was supposed to be voluntary and peaceful, and it was that way for tribes that agreed to the conditions. But the southeastern nations resisted, and Jackson forced them to leave.
So, Mr. Congressman, Mr. President of the United States, President Donald Trump, President Joe Biden. I'm going to keep it fair. President Donald Trump, he is my president, and he's still my president. And President Joe Biden, I just want to remind you that we are the Indians that remained in the East. We never went. And we're also, don't forget this, we Indians were never naturalized. We didn't have to be. No one in my family, we Indians that remained in the East, we were never naturalized. You automatically stated those that remained would become citizens of their home state. And in that much, on that note, we became citizens by your order, not by naturalization. Recall, I need to remind you that. That's how you know we're the Indians. We never had to be naturalized like all foreigners have to be. We weren't foreigners. We were already here. We were not naturalized. We understand who we are, and we must remind you based on your responses, your orders, we're still here. We're called civilized Indians. Okay? Civilized Indians go to school, get good jobs, listen to their parents. Some of us went in church and became good Christians. We don't have criminal backgrounds. A lot of us don't. and we continue to work as good citizens that we were told that we were, no matter where we lived. If we didn't go to Oklahoma, we would automatically become citizens in our home state. We were still on our farms until we got fraudulent tax bills when we didn't have fiats and burned out of our homes. Many of us ran to the north. We remained and continued working up to this date. My blood still lives on this land. I'm here. And I'm a descendant of that. I am civil. I am a civil citizen, cooperatively paying into both state and federal systems. And you're wronging me in the time of crisis. Let's get it, y'all. The link is at the top. And another thing I need you to know, based on all your records on us, Mr. President, and when I say Mr. President, I'm talking about Donald Trump, who I do support and I am voting for, by the way. I am. And I hope all of us, Generation X all the way down, Generation X, Generation Y, which are the millennials, Generation Alpha, and now you got Beta rolling up, Generation Beta. All of us should be voting for Trump, especially if you were forced and are forced to be in the draft at age 18, a law that was recently passed again at Congress that we knew nothing about. We have to fight in your wars that we're clueless about. But you need to take care of us when our spouses go away. I don't want no charity. You can just do it automatically. You're the one issuing the Section 8 vouchers. All I'm saying. That's I'm being professional. I'm not cursing. I'm not swearing. But these are things that we're supposed to civilly fight about. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. This crime is happening to all decent civil citizens. What say you, Straight Smoke?
It goes back to everything that you started out with. And could you imagine, not only are they stealing your money, now they want your children. Now they want your children. So what more can they take? Everything has went up. Food, shelter, clothing, everything. You're being overly taxed. I never understood how do you pay taxes and then you have to pay taxes with money you've been already taxed on. I mean, how can you make that make sense? How many times do you need to be taxed? And now, not only do they're going to try to get you not to get your Social Security. Bottom line, you should have seen that when the shutdown happened. I mean, this is becoming something a lot more of us didn't see, but it was the writing on the wall was there. The writing on the wall was there. And once you understand like how Congress works, these are a group of people that vote together. Doesn't matter what the bill is, they vote together. And you can, if anybody, Sister Beth, you do know what do they call that pork belly is when they put too much overkill within a bill. It's called pork belly. Why don't they make single line bills? Why does it have to be 300 and something pages for a bill? I'm starting to see it's just smoke. It's just smoke and mirrors.
Well, because the bill, the way they do it, let's talk about that for a minute. This is the way that they read bills at the uh, federal level and the state level. You have how many members of Congress? 470, whatever. You can count it. And you have a 300-page document. Each person can read uh, one, what do you call it? 1.5 pages, one chapter, which could be no more than 10 pages. All right. And the members get up and they discuss it. They don't read the whole book because each member got a portion to read and they explain it during their debates. That you sister, they explain it during the debate. So they done read it because each Congress member gets up and speak about the portion of the book they read from page 1 to 300. That's you, Sister Freedom. I just want to make sure.
Absolutely. I was trying to rush home.
Yeah. So that's how they read 300 and these thousands of page documents. They read and they dialogue about it. And each person stands up and talk about the portion they read. So now everybody has an understanding of the whole book. You get that now, Straight Smoke?
Yes, ma'am. I understand. But like I said, I think a single line bill should be required. We're spending this amount of money for this. What say you? Simple.
Well, they do that at the state level. They you single bunch of line. I get what you're saying, but they do give a breakdown of budgets, whether it's state level or federal level. You look at it and you look at the line items, and they're telling you so many millions went to this, so many millions went to that, but the problem is we don't see the results.
We never do.
Facts.
The result. Go ahead, Sister Freedom. And how you doing?
Peace, and hope to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. I send my love out to you and my prayers.
Hey, beautiful.
This is a conversation I've been wanting to get on for so long.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm just coming from the doctor's office. And when I turned you on, I said, oh God, I'm missing Sister Bethy. When you were saying nobody can get, I'm like, I'm in the car, I can't get up on the This is a subject that I have been wanting to talk about, Sister Bethy. Not only do they not help us when we lose our spouses, and I agree with everything that you were saying, but what about the fact that our fathers and grandfathers fought in the wars?
Yeah.
What about that part? What about if you are a citizen in their nonprofit organization called the United States, and they came over here, invaded, and set up a whole business over here? If you get hurt and you are over the age of 50, they give you a little bit of disability Social Security. Yeah. And you can't even hardly pay your mortgage. And they don't really have no programs out here that will assist you. You still got to go to some type of church, Catholic Charities, or somewhere to get help when they should already have something in place for people over 50, you know what I'm saying, to get help without any issues. That's why I love what you were saying about Section 8, about helping with mortgage or making a program. But it's not going to happen if we sit on our hands.
Correct.
It is nothing going to happen if we don't open our mouths. We are descendants. Right. We're descendants of people who fought in their wars.
Correct.
I'm confused. I always say this. Everything that happened to us because we sit on our hands and we let them do it. We don't come together in unity and fight. We got everything else dividing us. You know what I'm saying? That we can't put that to the side for a minute to fight for in other words, what you're saying is food and shelter.
Mm-hmm.
We got to.
Correct.
I mean, really, everything that you're saying is right. And why is America, well, I'm going to say not America, but these immigrants, because I'm sorry, I had nothing to, but they immigrants making all these laws for immigrants.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, you an immigrant and you done came over here and set up shop, like you just setting up a little corner space, and you making all of these rules around the people that are originally Americans.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Like, I mean, you got to say something. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm ready for the fight. I'm ready to go
Yeah.
around here and get all kind of petitions and everything, because it's a shame that the elders can't do nothing. 50 and up, and even if you're not 50 and up, you should be fighting for your mama, your sister, your auntie, your grandpappy, or whatever is over the age of 50 and they struggling. They don't want to
Fact.
give food stamps. They got the audacity. If they give you a little bit of over $1,200 a month, they don't want to give you no food stamps. Your Medicare is cut half. You don't get a good portion of Medicare. Then you only can use your Medicare in certain doctor's offices. You can't
Right.
use your Medicare in all offices. You only can use it in certain offices.
And you
Doctor
know what?
me.
That's not a state problem. That's a provider problem, because a lot of providers don't want to deal with the state.
Certain type of Medicare, because you
Correct.
know why they don't pay them.
Right.
They take forever
Right.
to pay them if they do pay them. And so when you need like a shot in your knee, a gel shot, oh my God, those are the hardest things to get.
Yeah.
But if you need some type of shots or whatever the situation may be, you can hardly get them because you can't get them from certain places.
Correct. And I really feel that the state should make it more comfortable for
For the
providers to accept their insurances. And
right.
it's completely wild.
And
And
the dentist office and the eye doctors.
all providers,
Mm.
they should it shouldn't be a division of the providers. It shouldn't. And this is what Congress has done and states have done. They divide everything. They divide providers, everything. It's
So
not that
I'm gonna
providers
ask
don't
you,
want to
do
make
you think?
money. It's the state is not fair.
But we need to put a class action suit, just like Straight Smoke just said. There has to be a letter form. We need to come up with a letter form, and
Mhm.
everybody needs to class action that letter form and send it in. You know,
Well, we could hire an attorney.
yes,
We
I'm with
can,
it.
because he can't file it until we've read it and feel comfortable about what's
Right.
being put in it. We
Cross your
can.
I's, T's.
We're supposed to work with our attorney. We can hire an attorney to handle
Yes.
these issues. Especially with the major one I was speaking about. It's not all about me, but it's a lot of people in the same position as me. When my husband died, I was on my own. That was it. It's a wrap.
And I understand because I was a CNA, been a CNA working in the medical field since I was 21 years old.
Well, y'all
And
get
I
hurt bad.
fell and had to fight for disability.
See, y'all get hurt bad. I remember when I worked for workers comp. I worked for them for 15 years. And the claims, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of claims from CNAs, RNs being hurt just for lifting and transferring.
Yes. And don't want to pay you nothing.
Truck drivers. And the unit that I actually worked in was the unit when you've exhausted all your remedies and now your doctor have given you a permanent percentage of
Right.
non-use of the particular body part. Our job was to help you get back gainfully employed. Like say like you were an RN and you can't lift anymore, but you can sit at a desk and do other things RNs could do, or you're hurt so bad that you could never go back to that career. We send you back to college to take up another
They
career.
still want you to work. Ain't that crazy? No matter
Yeah,
what.
if you're able to gainfully work. We that's where we came in. We were the we help you get back gainfully
Right.
employed based on your doctor's
They
orders.
have a doctor put in place too. If you didn't know that, you know, well, you do know
Oh
that.
yeah.
They have a
Oh
doctor
yeah.
put in place to keep denying you for your disability. Little $1,500, $1,600 a month. They have doctors And they want you doing right. They want you to go back to
Yeah,
work
you
so
have
they
to
get
keep
more
fighting.
taxes from you. You gotta keep
Yeah,
fighting
keep
for
fighting
it.
them.
I tell
Yeah,
anybody, if you get disability, don't whatever you do, don't lose that disability.
They do the
Because
same thing with Social Security as well.
disability is a
oh
form
yeah,
of social security. It's social
Yeah,
correct.
security disability.
but what I'm
Yes,
saying, the Social Security Administration itself, they
Yes, it
have
gives you
people,
the disability.
they have people in place too
Mm-hmm.
that that will conclusively block you for years.
they do
Yeah.
all kinds of dirty things.
They do
It's
really bad work.
I tell you, we're the Americans, and look at what's being done to us
Yeah.
in our own land.
I'm
And
sorry. I
you know,
throw in that
yeah,
my father fought in the war, my grandfather, my great grandfather. I throw it all in, and anything I can get to use because they were fought for the war, I do it and tell my kids to do it too. Because if y'all didn't know, if you have people that was in the service, if they got car insurance or anything, you can use their car insurance and all and get and like a discount on your car insurance and things of that nature because you had somebody that fought in the war.
correct,
Yeah. But this was
correct.
the subject right here. We need to stick together on this one.
Soda said, my mama died. She served 33 years in their military. She also worked for the military and jobs way before that. She was
Mm.
not married, and her children, we should have gotten her Social Security benefit.
Facts.
Absolutely. See,
Wow.
this is where we need
See?
help. Look at how the American is being harmed. This is what I'm talking about.
Wow.
President Trump and um I'm not even gonna say Joe.
You should be able to use your parents' what is it called when you're in the service? I forgot. I'm so sorry, y'all.
The
But
military
to even
rights.
buy
I
a
forgot what
house,
it
you
is. The
should be
name
able.
for it. They got
Yeah,
a
but
name
even
for it.
if you're buying a house, you should be able to say, "Well, my dad fought in the war. He was in the service, and because when they in the service, they can get houses. What is the name?
Honey,
You
it
know,
go deeper than that. As Indians, we shouldn't even have to do that. We still have the documentation from Congress
Mhm,
from when we were burned out and
mm,
forced off our farmland homes. And when we left, we didn't leave because we didn't want it. We were refugees. We came to the north. And then they deemed our land abandoned land. That's an illegal decision to make. It's not abandoned. We were fleeing for our lives. How dare you?
Hey, Sister Bethy, let me call my
they,
mom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
because they set up on America's soil a nonprofit organization called the United States. That's a business, and all of us is working for them in a sense. We are pawns in their business. And I agree, somebody said it shouldn't even matter with the age. She died. I'm sorry, she transcended in that, and in her arms or in his arms.
Mm.
And you're right. And you the child. And that's true. It should not matter. But they don't, I'm telling you. I'm telling
When
you,
Trump was in
it's crazy.
office, when Trump was in office, so many people began opening businesses like crazy. And that's a fact. Soon as Biden came in, they didn't give a damn who they was harming. Mom and pop businesses that was open for 50 and 60 years that
Mm.
opened up when I was a little girl
Uh-huh.
was shut down. Didn't matter. It wasn't no race thing. It was an American thing. And that was evil. And it was terrible.
Sister Bethany, I'm still trying to figure out how everything went up because of COVID. I mean, you would have thought that with all the people that died and lost their jobs, they would have put the prices down.
This is what happens when we fund wars. Inflation. Only when we fund wars.
I mean, I just could
Because
not
we're
believe
fund
it.
because we're funding wars.
And I'm sick of going in stores and I can't even get a bag to take my darn groceries out. For some reason, I keep forgetting to take my bag in the supermarket.
I was playing when I went in Aldi's because I like to buy my chicken wings from Aldi's,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a lot of Mexicans in there, and I was picking with them. I said, "Yo, why y'all buy all the chicken wings? I don't want no chicken legs." They was cracking up, girl. I was like, "That ain't right. You ain't right. Give me a packet of chicken wings, man." He was laughing so hard.
I gotta ask you a question, Sister Bethy. Now you're a
Huh?
little bit younger than me, right?
Just a little. Same era.
Okay, but you're still a little bit younger than me.
Not that
Um,
much. Y'all
but
kill me with that, but go ahead.
do you remember going to school with any Africans? I
No,
don't.
there were none in our
Oh,
community.
one.
I showed
Not
my mom's
one.
high school picture. Mm-mm.
And I asked I went around at the farmers market asking several people. Every
And
last one
my
of them said
mm-mm,
not a one. Maybe one or
mm-mm.
two people said it might have been one. They even said it
Nope.
may have been one Spanish and one white.
Nope.
One person, and all
Nope.
the people that I asked.
And my school coming up from even all the way from pre-K to high school.
And you can ask
All we
anybody
had
in
was
this in your
blacks, Puerto Ricans, and whites.
they had their own schools and their own sections, like in the city. I was just wondering what you was going to say about that, and I really would like to know. That's right, Patrick. No Mexicans, no Puerto Ricans.
No, we didn't
I
have
think when I was a
Mexicans.
little girl, maybe one white girl. How she got in the school, I don't know. One from
No.
what is it, kid, from Head Start all the way up to the 12th grade. Not, and then I called my mom, that's 75. I said, Mom, do you remember going? She said, you know what?
No.
No.
No. In my years coming up from pre-K, we had blacks, Puerto Ricans, and whites.
That was it.
It was
Well, not
like
with
it
me.
was like a share or equal. Like you had 25 blacks, you had 25 whites, and 25 Puerto Ricans. And it depends on where you lived within the
Where you live
colonial
at?
state. Like I'm
Well, I'm
further
from Atlantic
north.
City. I'm from
Okay,
Atlantic
so you're
City.
north.
And I
Wow.
ain't had none in my
Wait a
school.
minute. How you from Atlantic City and they had no Puerto Ricans?
Ain't in their own section, but not in my school. They might have, I don't know
Oh no,
where
we
they went to
wasn't
school
sectioned
at.
off like that. We
But
had
they lived
white,
in their own
blacks.
section, like the boardwalk, and all like cut off different sections. So
Yeah.
it definitely wasn't no Mexicans in my school.
No, we
And if
didn't
it
have
was a Puerto
Mexicans.
Rican, it might have been one.
We didn't have no Mexicans, but we had Puerto Ricans. We grew up in the hood with Puerto Ricans. We never, and the thing about it is like really weird. I grew up with Puerto Ricans in my hood, and we don't see each other as different people. Where I grew up in Bridgeport, we never saw each other as different. We always felt we were always one and the same. They were
That's
just considered
weird.
mulattoes. We were
I
one in
was
the
never
same.
around Puerto Ricans until I came to
I
Delaware.
Yeah, like I would go over their house. It was like living. It was Big Mama, Carmen, and my mom hung together. Our kids hung together. We were one and the same. I mean,
And Copper said no
society
Arabs.
always treated us the same. They called them mulatto niggas or spicks. They were rude to Puerto Ricans just like to us. They were considered niggas too, just light skinned niggas.
Well,
And
here Copper or Aborigines said no. There was no Arabs nowhere.
no, no, none. We didn't even have Chinese people in our school.
Me neither.
Well, we didn't have Chinese people in our school. We had one Cuban, but he looks like me,
Mm-hmm.
family, and one Haitian girl, and she looks just like me. And but they
Oh, I ain't had no
that was
Asians.
it. But
I ain't
the
had no
white
Asians.
people that we had in our school, and we had a whole lot of white people. They called them poor white trash.
See, and I'm with that, but the one
But they
with the
didn't
one
live in the
white girl.
hood. They didn't live in the hood. They lived in the suburbs. They was walk to school. They was like 2 miles around the corner from the hood. They lived in homes,
Yeah,
but they walked to our school.
we
And they
ain't got
still
school
called them
buses.
poor white trash. I grew up with white girls and white boys, and it was different here in Connecticut.
Well, we didn't even have school buses, but
Y'all
I
didn't
was
have school
asking you that
buses?
because I was trying to make a point. Dots did research and found out it was only 380,000 Africans in 400 years that came to North America, and they were spread all over the whole America. And keep in mind, some of them were undone. They weren't all Africans. I'm talking about they came over on boats, if that's what they're trying to say. And part of them was their own people, the undone people, and some Spanish that they enslaved as well. I'm just saying,
I'm trying to figure out
do they
where
know
were they though,
how America
because we
is?
didn't have any.
No, that's what I'm saying. How
Even when we
big?
migrated to the south.
I can't came up, Dennis. I look a hot mess. I just came from the doctor's office. I can't do that with you, sweetheart. Can't do it. But Unscrambled Minds will be on tonight. But this subject right here, because we was gonna try to talk about 2000, the new, what is it, 2025 thing that they got going on. Trump say he don't know nothing about it. But when I heard you bring up this subject, it's so much that I think that they should do. And you know me, by being a CNA, I've run across so many elders. You know, they won't even give them wheelchairs. They won't even give them good wheelchairs. They know that their arms is not strong enough to, move the wheels on the side. So they can't even get the electric ones. It's so hard for them to get the electric wheelchairs.
Oh,
It's just
durable power medical equipment and all that good stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I
It's
worked in a
it's it's
nursing
just hard.
home. I worked in a nursing home for like 10 years. I was the administrator's administrative assistant. So I did all the admissions, discharges, and expirations of patients. And I sometimes helped with the medical billing when it was
Mhm.
Medicare A, Medicare B, and private insurance. And I remember going, billing for certain things.
Right.
And insurance was so long ago. That was back in, ooh, because I was in the state I went in the state very young. I didn't even, I had just had my daughter. And then I began working in the state. Now, Mookie's 32. But before was permanent in the state,
Mhm.
I temped there for like 3 years. And then I got hired. Yeah, it was, yeah, my daughter remembers
They treat them
everything.
like trash. It's terrible. When you an elder, it's like they don't care
Yeah.
about you no more, and that's just how it is. It's just like, wow.
That's why we want to
They
open
know
up.
nobody in
Yeah.
the world can live off of $1,600 a month. It just don't work
Yeah.
like that. By the time you paid your mortgage and your gas and electric,
It's a
that's
wrap.
it. And a lot of
Yeah.
people that are elder don't even know the different programs that they do have, but they never have a program. That's why now that you're bringing this whole subject up, I'm going to call tomorrow. Anywhere I can call to say this to do just what you talking about right here, to see if you had people that was in the service, your father, your grandfather, what kind of assistance can you get?
And don't forget about the spouse that
The
died
spouses that
or
passed.
that was killed. No matter
That's
what,
crazy.
if it's
We do need to
work
get an
and people in
attorney.
Social Security system, you should be compensated for it because that's financial crisis. It's like the federal government and local state governments don't care. And we do care about our servicemen. Waya monthly automatically sends money. It's automatically directed out to Salvation Army and War Heroes,
Yeah.
the War Hero Fund, automatically every month. We support that. But shit, this mess with dying
You right,
spouses.
bad thing.
Yeah. If you can't give us money, compensate us. Give us vouchers to pay our rent for the rest of our life. Our
But you
husband's
know what?
portion.
They need to just put them in programs. Like HUD has a program. if you know they elder, or if they already had houses before a situation took place, take half the mortgage off or something.
No,
Or
man.
or
Monthly
pay the
mortgage.
mortgage.
Pay the monthly mortgage with the
Yeah.
husband's social security. No half, nothing. If he
I'm
died,
with
that's what he left his wife. Social security. Pay the mortgage every month with however month you're gonna give him. If he was alive, you would give him $2,000 a month anyway. All right. You don't want to give her that cash benefits. Pay the mortgage every month.
And
Or
not only that, what's up with this thing now with life insurance only going up to 85 years old? You notice that with the term life. 85, if you don't die by 85 years old.
oh, okay. I see you, honey.
With this thing now with life insurance only going up to 85.
Yeah, you got to cut your YouTube off, Copper, sweetie.
Oh. 85, if you don't die by 85 years old.
Oh, okay. I see you, honey.
Your money is done. It's a done deal. If you don't die by 85, it's a done deal. Whatever is on that, so you got to get, because you want to leave your kids stuff. You know what I mean? You want to leave your children money and this, that, and another. Allahu Alam, I want to go Islamic. I want to go the Muslim way. I'm sorry, whoever don't like it, but that's the way I'm going.
Hey, can I say something?
But wait a minute, I wanted to just say this to Sister Bethy in case you did want to say something about this. Excuse me, too, Copper.
Absolutely.
The term life insurance that only go to 85. And a lot of us as people of color, we live older than that. We live older than 85 years old. Especially somebody like me and Sister Bethy, we like young for our age and not. So we possibly are going to live past 85.
Mm-hmm.
So you telling me I done pay all into the 85? That's it. So I don't get no money back, no nothing. You guys start a whole new policy, and for elders, it's so expensive. It don't make no sense.
Terrible.
It's like if I want to get insurance on my dad, me, my brother, my sister, all we gotta put money together to pay it every month because it's like $400 a month for insurance, unless I get term. But here it is, my dad and his old self pimped out, pimp. Okay, Pop's still a Rolling Stone. He worked every single day, 81 already, working every single day. My mom still
bless him.
My dad got 34 children.
Whoa.
Absolutely. I told him I'm gonna interview him on Unscrambled Minds.
He got 2 more than my great granddaddy had. God dog.
He said he got a lot of information for the ladies because he's a ladies man. So
a hot mess.
He already 80. He'll be 82 this year. He ain't going nowhere. He's still making money every day. The slickest Scorpio I know. So that's what I'm saying. It is what it is. I don't know. We got to fight for that too. So when we writing up our stuff, Sister Beffy, we got to write it up good. We can't miss no dots and no T's. We got to make sure it's right.
What I wanted to tell you ladies is this. Earlier, you all were mentioning about the mothers who were wives of deceased military veterans. What I've discovered maybe about 2 years ago, maybe a little longer, I'm not sure. But anyway, what I discovered, a lot of the stuff that you all are talking about, that's already been in place for y'all, for the women and the children. But it's titled under certain things with the military. But you might want to either call the congressman or congress lady to find out where the what do you call those, the widows, is dealing with the widows of the veterans, and where do you call to in Pennsylvania? It's in Pittsburgh, not Philadelphia, but Pittsburgh. a lot of those women missed out on a lot of those benefits because they were not told. And it's not their fault. It's not our fault. But the thing of it is that the veterans that do know, many of them, I forget what is called up under them when they're buying, when they're like somebody mentioned about buying houses. Well, when you're in the military, some of those guys use, I forget what they call that benefit that they have. But what I remember, a great cousin of mine, he's still living today, and my great uncle who passed on, who was a Korean War veteran. Well, both of these guys are Korean War veterans. One's the uncle, the other one's the nephew. But anyway, when they used their benefits for that, what they did was they bought their land, and then they used the benefit to build their houses from the ground up. They didn't go
VA loans.
Huh?
The VA loans. GI Bill or whatever.
GI Bill, that's the word right there. That's it. I couldn't think of it. The GI Bill. When you use the GI Bill, most of the veterans, males, did not know this. So they were purchasing houses from the realtor when all they had to do was use the GI Bill and bought the land and then built their homes. I didn't know this until they went to telling me. And then my great uncle's brothers, who were also World War II veterans, they built their houses from the ground up right there in Huntsville, Alabama. Another one, my Uncle Willie, he passed away first, but he was a World War II veteran, and he was the first one to build his house from the ground up. And then it dawned on me. I said, wait a minute. You guys' houses are paid for? They said, yeah, we don't owe no mortgage on these houses or nothing like that. I said, well, how is that? And he said, because we built these houses from the ground up. He said, what
they did.
What a lot of them, this is what they told me. And one of them, my Uncle John, I wish I could send you his obituary, Sister Bethy. You can read this thing. This thing is deep. I mean, super deep. I had no clue that this man worked over at the NASA Space Center in Huntsville, Alabama. I had no clue that my Uncle Dave worked at the military base right there in Madison County, in right outside of Huntsville, where the what do you call that base? It's a military base, but oh man, what do they call it? The submarine base. The submarine base, the nuclear submarine base.
In Huntsville?
Yes.
It's called the Redstone Arsenals.
That's it. I had no clue that these guys worked at these places. And I kept wondering, I said, well, how is it that these guys are living like this and others are living like, normal folk, I would call it. I'm not going to say poor folk, but normal folk. And I said, oh, they got out of the military, but they ended up working in the contractors of the military. And that's where they retired from. But they built their homes, people, from the ground up. See, here's what was told to me. And I want y'all to listen close, because there's people out here talking, but they really don't get it. My great uncles told me this, and there's another veteran, he's still living today. He said the same thing, because he was in the Korean War with two of them. This is what they told me. See, when you get a mortgage, and I know this, and anybody paying for a house right now knows this, you get deed, and you record the deed with the county. So now you're on the tax roll with that county. This is what my great uncles told me. They bought the land. So you can't get deed with land. So what do you get with the land? Anybody that's bought land knows what you get. Now, many of them don't want to say it.
Minimal rights and properties and all that.
And what is it called on paper? Now watch this. Yes, that's the key word right there. Once you have title, you out of the tax bracket. There is no tax on that.
Yeah.
Anything that you put on that land is yours.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how many people know this in the chat? Put it in there. If you know this in the chat, put number 2. Don't use 1. Use number 2. I'm going to watch it. Come on.
I want to say you was right, because when I bought my house, I was pissed off.
I bet you was.
Move I made. The county was, I couldn't, being young and naive about situations. I could understand why these people keep finding me. Every time I turn around, the neighbor, I was saying that the neighbors, but snitching on me, and all this time I try to put a deck in the back.
Yeah, come on, y'all. You mean to tell me it's only 2 people in the chat that know what I just said?
Oh, honey, it gets funky.
Yes,
oh man, I don't believe this.
They
okay, so here it is.
I know that you're right, because they say I don't own the land, you own the house, but you don't.
Now watch this. Watch this. How many in the chat are people who pay a mortgage? Put a 1. Watch this, and then I'm gonna explain this. Because see, I see right now, it ain't many. Put a 1. Come on, I want to see it. I mean, come on. Don't be shy. Unless there's only but a few people in here that own their land, and there's only 1 that owns their own. That's a home. A home payer. Well, we got another 2, another 1. Watch this.
We own land, but we don't pay no mortgage because we bought it out.
Watch this. Come on.
I don't know what number you want for that.
No. You already gave your 2, Sister Bethy. So you don't count. I'm talking about these 1s now, because I'm gonna show them something today that's gonna piss them off.
Well, no, I knew about what you was talking about before, because it happened to me. That's why
I ain't talking about you. Oh no, Sister Freedom. No, I'm talking about these in the chat now. Only in the chat. Oh, so everybody else, y'all live in apartments. Somebody wrote in there, especially Navers. Okay, you what? You get title fee sample when you pay off your mortgage. I don't know what state you live in, but I'm going to break this down in a second.
Okay.
See, when you mention that word mortgage, I don't think you see what that word mortgage really means, but I'm gonna explain it to you in a minute. Okay, somebody said they don't pay for it out of pocket. It don't matter. The mere fact is, do you own that house you live in? That's my question. And you done paid a mortgage, or you paying a mortgage? Because the key word here is, 1 is title. It's land title, which y'all don't have if you got a mortgage. You will never get that.
Well, that's what fee simple is. It's full and irrevocable ownership.
Wait a minute. Choctaw. I didn't ask you all of that. I asked a simple question. Do you have land, or do you have a mortgage? That's the question. And it's either 1 that you don't have, you don't own land, or 2, you own land.
That's contradicting, though, Chief Thunder, because if somebody get hurt in my backyard, but I can do whatever I want in my backyard, so that must be it. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, I'm gonna explain that to you too, Freedom. I'm gonna explain that to you too.
If they get hurt, I'm responsible, but I don't own the land.
No, sister. Just hold on. Okay, so now listen to this. When you own the land outright, you can put anything on that land that you want. Listen to what I said. You can put anything on that land you want because it's yours. So now, Sister Bethy and And freedom, if you have your land, you are the only ones who can put up on your land the real no trespassing sign. That's number one. Because two things happens with that sign sitting there under law. I think it's Title 15 or 18, one of the two. We have to look it up. But with that, somebody, like you just mentioned, come on that land and they get hurt, they can get sued. Because that sign is up there on all four corners of that land, letting them know that if you trespass, you're the one in trouble. Now, for those who have mortgages, read your mortgage, because if you're paying that mortgage every month, all you are is a tenant or a leaser. You're not an owner. Read your mortgage. See, these are the things that a lot of the elders were not telling the younger generation.
But I mean, but wouldn't it be that we would already know that if we don't pay our mortgage, it's like a loan in a sense. You're paying on it, and it's not like if you don't pay your house outright. Of course, if you don't pay on it, they can take your house.
Wait a minute, listen to what you said. I said land. So if you put a house on there, you done already bought that house outright. I said you have to have clear land in order to get a clear title. Once you got that clear title in your hand, you can put anything on that land if you want to. A tent. You can bring your tractor on there and dig your basement out and build your home from the ground up. Because you're dealing with the lumber yard, then you're dealing with the brick yard, then you're dealing with a plumber, you're dealing with an electrician, you're dealing with a drywaller, you're dealing with a painter. Those are things that you don't do. But someone
no, you got to kind of. I'm getting confused here a little bit because you saying, look, I got confused, Chief Thunder, because I'm saying with my house, my backyard is so big I can build a whole nother house in it. What I'm trying to say is if Chief Thunder come over here and she go run into that backyard and fall down, I'm responsible.
Yes, so because you're not the landowner. You're just a house owner. You're not the landowner. The land. No, sister. The land is different than the house. They're not the same.
Why wouldn't she sue the county then?
Because because you won't let me explain it. Your mind is on one thing, and I'm telling you, we're dealing with two different things at the same time. One, we're dealing with land by itself. The other is when we mention mortgage and deed. Those are two different things there. Now, what I'm explaining to you is this. If you bought the land outright, I didn't learn this by just anything. I learned this by my great uncles and great cousin. They bought their land right out. They built their homes on the land.
Right.
Unlike you, meaning anyone, getting a mortgage from a realtor and a bank.
Okay.
When you get a mortgage from a realtor and the bank, you get deed, not title. So when you're paying for that mortgage, you got homeowners insurance you're paying. You're paying the tax on that land or that home. So if you don't pay the tax on that land or you don't pay the mortgage, of course, they're going to foreclose. But when you own that land outright by title, can't nobody foreclose on you.
Okay.
Correct, because when you see the difference. So when you buy the land out, because it's two separate things. When you buy the land out, it's yours. Okay. And say like you decide you want to put a home on the land. Okay, now what you're doing, you're in a loan situation where you own the land, but you don't own the home. You don't own the home until you get the title. After finished paying, you get the title. Now you own the home and the land you own the home and the land with all the mineral rights and everything. But
Correct.
what happened is,
but if you get a loan, tell her what happens, Sister Becky.
When you get the loan, they can foreclose on you and consume the home because it gets touchy.
Yeah, I'm saying that's
they can foreclose on it because they foreclose on it because there's a lien on the amount that you took out. So here's the key, and I'm gonna tell it to y'all right now, something that they don't want us to know. All right, and I'm gonna tell it to you ladies. Now, I don't care what these men say because we hard-headed. I'm just gonna tell y'all brothers this in the chat. Y'all can say what you want to say. We're failing because of a few reasons, and it's not these sisters. We're failing because it's us. Now, I'm just gonna put it out there, whether you like it or not. I don't care. So here's the deal: we fall in love with our sisters, and we do. We love y'all to death. But you have to understand that when you marry a young lady, you're not marrying that young lady because you love her. Marriage is different than love. Marriage is a business. And when you clowns start realizing that marriage is a business, we will come out a whole lot better.
That's what I said in our relationship class. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now, when you realize that this marriage that you went in with this young lady, you're in a contract with her. She's in a contract with you. And if you don't learn or don't know, it's because we're not being told this. So here it is. You being a man, a young man, a middle-aged man, older, it don't matter, but here it is. If you look at all businesses, mainly since 1969, it's all under the affirmative action plan. All our women ended up in college off of these affirmative action, which is military. But y'all don't know this, but if you did your research, you'd see that a lot of those businesses, whether they were construction or whatever, those businesses were in the name of those married women to their husbands. So when you really do the research on construction companies, I'm talking about these huge ones, all of that equipment is dealing in that family business name, whether y'all know this or not. Now, here it is. Here's the kicker. If anybody's online, get into Google, whatever state you live in. And I'm strictly talking to the sisters in the chat, because I know these other people don't want me to disclose this, but I'm going to do it anyway. All sisters in the chat, get on Google. And what I want you to do is Google this word in your state. It is, somebody just put up something up there, which is a lie. Because if you got title, you can't be foreclosed on. So you can cut that crap right out. I want you to put in this in the state that you live in. It's called the builder's license. Listen to me good. Builder's license. So put your state in front of the word builder's license. Like here where I'm at in Michigan, it's called the Michigan Builder's License. Put in the New York Builder's License, Alabama Builder's License. I'm gonna show you how to cut them. I'm showing y'all how to cut the middleman out. Period.
Okay, I got it up.
Connecticut Builder's License.
Yeah.
Now, this is strictly for the women to take. They study this test. They take the test. You're married to this woman. This is the business. So now with this builder's license, now this is where it comes in great at for you brothers. First of all, once she takes this test, she knows all the codes of the builders. So now, you being a foreman, if that's what you want to call it, of this being built, you know quite a bit. You know quite a bit about them building. But she is the one who can go get the contracts to build those houses. That's affirmative action. You got these brothers out here screaming that, oh, I got this business and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Man, you chump change. She just tapped off into $1 billion right this then with that test. You can't do that.
Did you see the test, Sister Bethy? I'm trying to find it.
What state do you live in?
Delaware.
Okay. It's called Delaware. It's called Delaware's Builder's License.
Okay. I'm trying to look it up. I see. But...
I got Connecticut's.
Okay, David.
It's saying you told me to look up our state.
Yeah.
So it costs
mine say Delaware. It keeps coming up when I put Delaware Builder's License. It comes up Delaware Contractor License.
Same thing. That's it.
That's what they call it.
Yeah.
Different states, different names.
I didn't put the wrong thing in. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, see, Most, you want to know what I'm saying? You might want to just listen.
But okay, here, before we even go any further, let me make sure I mentally got what you're saying.
Okay.
You're saying that, okay, where I live at, right? What I'm trying to say, just so I won't be mentally confused, right? This little part where I live at, it's my house is on it, but the land ain't mine. Underneath of it is what you're saying, right?
Correct.
If you purchased it first, you could purchase land and not have any structures on it.
Right.
But you want to own the land. And owning the land also.
You're right, Chief Thunder. Now, but what I don't understand is if you're saying that I don't own the land and Sister Bethy come running herself over her and Dr. G over here running around and stuff and get hurt in the backyard, why are they suing me? Then whoever owned the land should be. Well, let me finish.
Okay, well, no, I was gonna give it to you straight. You paying homeowners insurance. That's what's paying for the suit.
Okay, but if it's not my land, right? Because when the police pulls up for anything to go around here, they say this is my property. So I'm not confused. Wait a minute. You know what? I owe the Balahi. You gotta give me a chance to finish.
But you're using term words. You're using term words like land.
That's
house,
what I'm trying to make sure
property.
that we just use builders and contractors came up. So give me an opportunity to finish my statement so I won't be missing nothing. I just want to make sure I got it in my head mentally. Okay.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay.
So if Sister Bethy and Dr. G come run over here and fall down their backyard trying to get in the pool or something, right? And they go falling down. I'm gonna say, well, send a letter because you saying I don't own the land. Because I'm not paying nobody else's insurance for them. Because now you got me wanting to call them, talking about something. Look, if I don't own this land, I ain't paying y'all insurance. The insurance is just going to go to inside and around by my house. Inside and touching my house and stuff, but not on the other part of the land. I'm just trying to mentally make sure because the way you saying it, because according to them, this is all mine, where I'm at. But you saying that my house, but I just heard what Sister Bethy's saying. So you bought the land first, but then you buy a house and then you make a house and put it on top of that land.
Your preference.
Loan, they can still take my house and it's on land that I own. But when listening to you, Copper, you saying they can't touch nothing. But
no,
Bethy, hold on. Let me get it right. But Sister Bethy's saying that you got a land and you build the house on the land, you take a loan. Let me not forget that word. Take a loan out to build the house on the land, and I fought on the loan. They can take my house. They can make me move out of the house that's on my land. That's not. I'm confused.
No, listen. No, see, you're jumbling it up. This is what I'm saying to you. This is why I took you over to the builder's license. From the land to the builder's license, from the house to the mortgage. So what I'm showing us is this. If you see some land that you want to purchase, I would say, yes, purchase that land. As long as it don't have nothing on there, you're in excellent shape to start with. Now you have purchased the land is outright, and you done bought it outright. Now you, Sister Freedom, have title in your hand. Nobody owns that land but you. It's free and clear. Now, here's why I brought up the builder's license. See, when you got the builder's license, now you can contact who? Can't you contact a brickyard and buy those bricks outright if you want to build a brick house? Yes. Right. Now that's paid for. Can't you contact the lumber yard and buy the wait a minute, let me rephrase that. You can purchase the 1x1s.
Or else now though, Copper.
The 2x2. Right? The 2x2s. Say that again.
You going somewhere else now?
No. I'm staying on the side.
Yeah, because I got another part of my segment I wanted to get to. So
okay, I just wanted to explain to her there are two sides to this. So when I mentioned the brickyard and I mentioned the lumber yard, I'm saying that because up on the builder's side. See, when you're building your house, you've already purchased your material. You don't owe a loan on your material because you have bought the material outright yourself. So the only thing.
But we was talking about. Well, I'm gonna let Sister Bethy move on because we was talking about a loan at first. You know what you.
No. I took it. No, sister. See, you got it jumbled up. The loan and the mortgage are two different things.
Copper, let me step in for a minute and intervene because I want to, and then y'all could take it wherever you want after. But I really want to get this message into Congress. My whole purpose for going live was to address Congress. So let me address Congress with this one last thing, and then y'all can take the open topic, okay?
Okay.
So Congress, what I need you to know is, they already know that we've woken up and many thousands of us have claimed our natural identity rather than the descriptive terms that they assign to us as subjects. But we've already addressed Congress. They already know that, okay, we're identifying ourselves as who we truly are. And I want you to know, Congress, the issue that we Indians, aka as you descriptively describe us, the reason why we're filing our lawsuits because of the education and the things that you're allowing local, state, and federal governments do, which I understand it's because it's based on the 10th Amendment. Anything blah, 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 blah here is not in the Constitution, is hereby left to the states. So the states take advantage of doing a lot of things that are not in the Constitution, and they're protected by the 10th Amendment. Well, here's what I'm going to say for correction, no matters, is the fact that you're drawing up and writing documents such as this and inserting African American in local state governments when that's not the fact. And I like to give you an example of the colored Confederate troops in the South. They were not Africans, Americans. That verbiage was not used during the wartime. And here where you write the potential black recruits for the Confederate Army, and you go into, it's a document drawn up by the auditor for Virginia, identifies the number of black men in the state, both enslaved and free, from the ages 18 to 45, who would be fit for service in the military as of March 25th, 1865. 1865, African American was not a term used. None of your documents ever identified us as Africans because we were not. We were those Indians in 1830 that remained on the land in the East. And now we're fighting in the war and working our way to Reconstruction for how things are going to be managed on the land. So I say to you, Congress, as you write, 12 days earlier, the Confederate Congress passed a law permitting African Americans to serve as soldiers. They were not African Americans. They were colored men and they were Negroes. And I'm going to show you how we have proof of that. So please stop calling us Africans, as we are the Indians that remained. However, the war ended before the substantial number of Black soldiers could be recruited and effectively trained. And as noted here, this document is part of the executive papers of Governor William Extra Billy Smith. Now, let's get it. Can you guys see this?
Yes, but could you make it just a tad bit bigger?
Oh, I am. I'm going to make it bigger.
Okay.
I want to make sure y'all can see it. I'm not seeing it on my other screen. Let me refresh it. Oh, good. You can. So let's make it bigger. Let's get it. Now y'all can see it real good, right?
It's still not there yet.
Oh, it'll get up there. It should get bigger. Let me know if it got bigger.
No.
All right, let me stop the share screen and reshare. I hate when this does that. Where is it? I thought I made it bigger. I did. All right, how is it looking now?
Yeah, there you go.
Much better, right?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Government and Congress, these are things that I want the local states to stop doing. Everybody that's brown on this land are not Africans. We are the Indians that remain. Why would Africans fight in a war of Reconstruction? Now, if you look up here in the far top, construction and corporation. Counties and corporations. And here it states estimated number of male free Negroes from ages 18 to 45 years of age. And you have the counties and the corporations, as you note they are, okay? And in this particular county, there's 102. And then you have the ones that are enslaved. And you know the enslaved ones were those that their families owned. As the record stands, there was only 20 Africans at this time. We're not going to play these semantics with you guys. All right? And these are the different counties. Alchemy, Amelia, and they're giving you the number. All right? Of each of these counties or corporation, whatever you want to call them, on both sides. So now let's move it to here. We'll take the Giles County. I'm going to stop sharing. And I hope you're watching this. We have in the Giles County. Let me do a share screen. About the Giles County, Giles. It was formed in 1809. Okay? We were still on our lands because this is way before 1830. Giles County was formed in 1809 from Indian lands. And this is Act of Tennessee in 1809. The county seat is Pulaski. Now check this out, y'all. What happens to be, I guess I got to blow this up a little bit. Always the case. There were fires at the Giles County Courthouse. Of course, you want to try to hide them damn Indians. So over here, you go and you put African Americans of Giles County. No, you don't. They were Negroes. We have the paper, the original document. So this is the things that I'm telling you, Mr. Government, that the towns are doing fraudulently. There were no African Americans of Giles County in 1809. And let's show you who was there in 1809 before it was sold. Before it was sold. We're going to go there. We're not going to play these foolish games. Where is it? We're going to take you right to the Indians that lived in that county, which it tells you. The Indians in Giles County. The land that was to become Giles County was claimed as hunting lands by both the Chickasaw and Cherokee. So the Negroes in that county were Chickasaw and Cherokee. So let's stop playing. Yes, I know you expect us to continue to be feeble-minded people, but a lot of us have been going to college as early as the 1840s. So it's not hard to figure out. I don't care how many records you burn or you continue to burn, but we know who they were before you decided to call them Negroes. They were Chickasaw and Cherokee people living in those counties. So these are the semantics. Did I show you the share screen, guys? Did you guys see the share screen of it telling you the Indians that were there before it was sold and became the Giles County? Did you guys see that?
Yes, we did see it.
So your original document that was written had the numbers of those Indians in that town in 1809. This is before the damn Indian Removal Act. They were Negroes in that county, not African Americans. No such word usage. No, they were not back during that time. You're on the wrong land. Please return to Jamaica. Not a coincidence. That was not the legal term back then. It was not.
It wasn't when we was little.
It wasn't even called that back then. We will not hide the Indians. And I think you withstood enough ridicule yesterday with your foolishness. We know who the Negroes were and the coloreds back during that time. Their documents say the total opposite of any Africans. These are people on their lands and owning their farms. But today, Masonic college professors want to insert African American back in 1865. Not happening because we're not allowing it. The original people that was in that Giles County were Cherokee and Chickasaw Indians. And this is the battle, and we will win. So I say to my colleagues, you can trace your ancestor back to Giles County as Negroes and coloreds living in those lands and that territory. That is the Indian you are. We will not play these games ever again. I'm sorry, not a coincidence, but the game is over. The gig is up. Does that make any sense, Sister Freedom?
Everything you said is completely correct. Because even when we was kids, they wasn't calling us no African Americans.
Never.
Calling us the bad word color. So I don't know what's going on with him.
You can try it all you want. Not a coincidence, but the gig is up. we've defined and found the Indians in that territory before it became a European name county, guys. Giles. The Indians. And that was through the Treaty of Hope. In that county, there you were either Cherokee or Chickasaw.
Sure was. I just talked to my aunt, like I said to Bethy, not just this recently at her granddaughter's baby shower. And I asked her, Aunt Joyce Sands, because you know the head names like that, Joyce Sand, Baba Jean, Dorothy Ann, so I said,
Yeah.
Joyce Sand, where is, and this on my dad's side, is Grandma Ratton from? And she said, I can't, God, it's a part of Georgia. Quitman, Georgia. Does it sound familiar? Quitman, Georgia, I think it is. She said they're Blackfeet. Ain't no F, Blackfeet. And so I tried to correct her. And I said, Aunt Joy saying, do you mean Blackfoot? She said, I said Blackfeet. Did you hear me stutter? And then I said, well, Aunt Joy saying, did they have any African who? You see our high cheekbones and cheeky eyes. This ain't no darn, no, we ain't no African, baby. Not near a bit. Not your grandmama and not your grandpapa. And that came from my aunt, my dad's sister.
Wow. So
I don't know why. Wait a minute. What's this? My great aunt. Okay, no. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, because and when we say this, it's not like we're trying to put any form of people from that continent down, though. That's the part. Why can't we just be a different kind of hue people, just like it's different type of hue people in the Aborigines and other places? Why can't we just be a different type of hue people?
Because it's land theft. It's land theft going on.
Oh yeah. Oh, I agree with you 100. I'm talking about to the Africans, because
that's what I'm saying. They're bringing them over here for the land theft. They're bringing them over here for the land theft. See, what we have to realize, we went through two different things. Those Africans over there, if you notice, and when I say over there, I'm talking about these that they brought over here. The ones that they brought here recently, and the ones that was always, not always, but the ones that were brought into what we call today Europe. If you notice, a lot of them African men who are in, I don't know what they call theirs, when they're leaders over there or what have you. If you notice them guys, all of them, unfortunately, are married to the Caucasian, a lot of the Caucasian women of Europe. And the rest of them, they're just hanging out there. If you notice how they are being treated. And they tried to pull this same thing over here, but it's not working the way they thought it was going to work. So what they did was they switched gears here in the sometime in the late 80s, under the second, I think it was the second Bush not Bush, the second Ronald Reagan administration. They started bringing a lot of the Somalians in this land. They started bringing a lot of the Nigerians in this land, a lot of the Kenyans in this land. And me being a retired trucker, I seen a lot of this in places like Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, not Wisconsin, but Wyoming, parts of Texas, Minnesota.
Would you answer me? So sorry.
I want to get and move to the next town. Let's do this one more time because I did all of them already, but I just want the audience to know, and the government to know. You know, when we're talking, we'll take the next county, Albemarle, 102 plus 1,076. So you're looking at 1,178, okay? In Albemarle County. So let's see what Indians were there before, and it's going to tell you. You're thinking that it's just these black African slaves, which these people are writing, so you won't know. Now you need to know because you weren't called African Americans. That's not what's on the document. Let's go there. So now we're going to look up who were the damn Indians in Albemarle. So here we go. For our first community read, we honor the Monacan Indian nation who occupied this territory before the Europeans arrived here.
Correct.
So you're looking at 1,000 and something Monacan Indians. And I'm not going to play these semantic games with nobody. They don't want you. They don't want to say who them niggas, Negroes. Okay, let me use the proper language. Are. That's what you became when you became subjects of this corporation. You were no longer the Monacan Indian. You became the Negro and the color. Everything but who you originally were. And with the slew of amount of information that we have on our ancestors, there's no way they can continue to try and insert African American in our history. It's not happening. So Umar Johnson, there's another one on you, bruh. Stop.
Sorry, I can't help that.
You have to remember, when we became subjects, automatic subjects, because we did not go through a naturalization. We were automatically told that if we stayed in our homes where we were, whatever state that they make it, you become a citizen automatically. And Smoke read it. So now those Monacan Indians, you're a citizen automatically. And guess what? We're not calling you Monacans anymore. You're now going to be the niggas. Negroes. So let's not play
correct.
And that paper is from before the Indian Removal Act. Any other uprising tribes out of that turned into these physically different looking people were recreated. Just like the Cherokee Nation. It was recreated, and they tell you that it was recreated. And they put the people to their liking on the rolls. But they had to leave the dead niggas up there, the full bloods. So, Congress, this is the issue that we have, and we're correcting. You know, we became these subjects automatically without a naturalization, and we're going to now call you Negroes. But our people did that. They put these labels on our own people because they were these census enumerators. And I showed that the day before yesterday on my segment. J.J. Carter moved to Virginia to be a teacher, this college brother, and in the summer months, he was an enumerator, a census enumerator. So your race was, the commissioner of the Department of Interior said, when you go to a black house, just put B. When you go to a white house, put white. If there's people in the house, give a description of all of them. See whatever they look like. So it's based on the thought of the census taker. Oh, well, my Aunt Viola, okay, she's mulatto. I see Negro features in her. M. Oh, me, B. You, Sister Freedom, B. Not a coincidence. Now that we see you, mulatto, M. So do not play semantics with me. We have the records. All those counties, we already have them out and documented. So you can delete that off your site if you want. But I know we just messed you up with that one. that yellow piece of paper say a whole different story. Now y'all can have the open topics. Y'all got it. What are your thoughts on
You
that?
are truly fire. I love your channel. You are truly fire.
I love your channel too.
Thank
Y'all be
you.
good.
Thank you. I really love your channel because every subject, every time I come on here, the subject be so needed and fire. Fire. But what you said earlier, we definitely, but let me say this before I go into this. I was talking with the African sister in the hospital, my best friend, all praises due to a higher power. She had a stroke and she's home now. She's doing better.
Oh man.
At such a young age, that's ridiculous. But stress will do it. Okay. But this the after we got into the conversation about what be going on the podcast, the African sister came in and like she really asked. They think we owe them something.
Who?
It was us, the Africans. She said it was us that came over here and and build the big buildings and all this. I said us who? So wait a minute. So what you saying is you think the copper color people was sitting on our hands while y'all built it?
Wait a minute. She
You
said
that
they
came
get
over.
and build buildings.
She said we are the ones that came over here and built everything and ain't built nothing over there.
Tell her to prove
I
it.
said,
Prove
I'm
what
not
you
trying to
built.
be smart with you, sweetheart, but you mean to tell me that a few of y'all came over here and built all these buildings and y'all ain't that a third world country?
Girl.
I said I'm not trying to be smart, but please don't say that.
Because it's embarrassing.
Because you don't want me to go there. I really don't. Because see, no, we're gonna. I said because it almost sounds like you trying to say like you better in a sense, and that y'all built all of this, and like somebody owe y'all something. That's how it sound to me.
Well, when she heals and get better, because we don't want her pressure to go up,
That
you
part.
can kindly tell her how in the hell are you gonna come over here and build giant buildings and you ain't built shit in Africa? Y'all
That's what I
still
said. That's
shitting
what I
on
said.
still shitting
And
on
you
potties in the middle of the
okay?
street.
You
So
need to
why
come
would
over
you?
here
Yeah, why
and
would
ask
you?
grandma for
Yeah,
money
why?
to go back over there to give to the so-called motherland people. I said,
Why would
I'm
you
not
come
trying to
over
be
here and
smart. You
build
can make me
large
say something about my
structures?
mouth wrong, baby, but you incorrect.
Yeah, why? Yeah, why would you come over here, build large structures for the in this country, right? And then go back home and live in a rusted out, I want to say dumpster,
Yeah,
because they'll
she
break a
said
dumpster
after we
down
got
and make it
done
out
with
of our
them,
house.
after we got done with them, we sent them back to Africa. I said, baby, you don't even know your own history. Are you serious right now?
Tell her to prove it.
What do you even know about your own country? Because you are so dead wrong. You don't know nothing about your own history. But what kills me is when Americans try to take up for them like they know what they talking about. I said,
Girl,
you know, it's and see, we want to look at our men, and God forgive me because I'm when I say God, I'm talking about mental God. Um, okay. It's always our men who be trying to help them. I'm like, are you serious right now? You're gonna give credit to nobody over here. Because my thing is, why can I only be proud of myself if I say I'm from Africa? With all the people that died for our people over here, for everything that we've done from over, they came over and invaded our land.
we were enslaved before they went. That's what they forget.
Absolutely, you
We
better
were
go
the
there.
Indians enslaved in our own land that you read about in the little school books. That was us. And because of the wiping out of our history,
Okay.
like the guy said, what's his name? James Woods or whatever his name is, Charles, whatever his name is, we would root. We were so blinded from who we were when you're playing Cowboys and Indians. We would root for
Right.
Gary Cooper to kill the Indian, and we didn't even fucking know that we was the Indian.
And they love the undone man. I mean, I'm saying you saying that they came over and swept y'all up on a boat and all this here kind of stuff. But why y'all love him so much? You love the undone man. I'm
And
trying to figure it out.
girl, and the guns they had back there in supposedly 1619 A one-shot rifle was able to control a bunch of
You better
Africans
say it.
that fight lions, tigers, and bears.
Okay.
A one-shot white guy with one shotgun that do one shot at a time. This is why I always show a real story of where did it go? I mean, because it's just completely hilarious. The Amistad.
Okay.
They didn't come from Africa, they came from Cuba. These are Cubans. And this is literally what would happen when you're trying to hold down a whole bunch of Pookie and Ray Rays from Cuba. That's what happened. You got two white guys, right?
Earlier, that Dot said 380,000 in 400 years on the whole America soil. There's no way. If you add that up, and part of them was their own people. You understand what I'm saying? Their own people.
Yes.
How was it possible that you came over here and built these big buildings? How? So you little bit of 50 people that probably made it to this part over here.
And where did they get the damn tools from in Africa to build them? Don't forget about the tools that they need.
I'm confused. I always say to the people, you got me. You stop playing with yourself. You didn't. Y'all didn't. Stop. Pull your hand from off your back.
And let's not forget about the Civil War. Okay. Where are the Indians that you created from Central and South America to put on reservations?
That's right.
And then you're calling them the Indians of the mainland. No, Where are they? Why are they not painted in this picture? Is it just a bunch of Negroes and white guys? Where's the woo guys looking out their tents saying, ooh, they're fighting on our land. Let's watch. Because they're damn sure not in here geared up in the Civil War. Let's not play games, Umar. Don't even play it. These are the same people you see on that list that I showed you in Virginia, in the Confederate States. These are the same Negroes you see right here, Indians, that you don't want to acknowledge. They only became Negroes because they became subjects of the states. So the state is able to classify or name their subjects who they want them to be. Nope, you're not going to be a Monica, you're brown. You're going to be a Negro or colored or a black, negro. I tell these people, don't play semantics with me.
I'm sorry, because then
when they're burned off their land, okay, by force, burned out of their farmlands, this is what you do and say, oh, abandoned lands, you didn't pay your tax bill, boing, snatch it. When you begin imposing town ordinances on a people that never dealt with fiat. Don't play with me. I'm done.
And not only that's Chief Thunder. When you look, if they so hate, they should be hating America, not wanting to run over here. That's number one. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't want to run, since they was all on slave boats. So everywhere you look in their houses is white Jesus, undone Jesus everywhere. Y'all love them.
If you're right, like you said, if their ancestors were so snatched by white guys, and white people white people are sick of this shit. They're like, I didn't bring your damn family over here. My family came over here as indentured servants. So how the hell I bring you over here?
I had an African come right in my house and say it.
And you being a real African, if this happened, supposedly this fake ass story they're giving you, that Portuguese came and snatched your ass out unwillingly and brought you here, why would you want to come here for a future?
Okay, you better.
If they did this bullshit to your ancestors. So stop with the false story of our ancestors' history. We are the copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. We are the Indians that were enslaved in our land.
Fact.
Why is it that we are the only people on the planet Earth with 8 different racial classifications? all named by
Back
these
again.
colonizers.
Okay.
Those weren't our original identities. You came over here and called us negros, Negroes, coloreds, blacks, Afro-American. Which, by the way, is a damn hairstyle. And we wore our hair out in beautiful afros.
Facts.
Now you're trying to impose African American because Obama and Jesse Jackson said so? I don't think so.
Both foreigners.
Obama is your African American. There's a difference between me and Obama. We might
Fact.
have the same shade, but we're not the same people. That's your African American. His daddy's Kenyan and his mama's European.
He's a mutt.
Both of my parents are Indians from this land and descendants of the enslaved Indians as well as myself, according to your government documents, Mr. Senator, Mr. Representative, Mr. President. I relinquish. Y'all got it from here.
I mean, everything you're saying is right. I'm glad I say little things so you can elaborate on them because they be fire when you come in.
We have to give them the fire, man, because they burned us out, so we got to give them the fire back.
But let's get back on just for a second this letter that we're
Y'all
gonna try to
got it.
draft up. When any ideas for I don't know, I don't want to call it reparations. Well, maybe I can call it that because I can't think of another word for it right now. For what they what is it called? What you say?
Restoration.
Restoration. Okay, I'm with it.
Restitution.
Another
Restitution.
good friend of mine that might want to help because he drafts up letters. Ali Bamu, I love him. But information. I just called him. I just called him. I said I'm on Sister Bethy's. Want to pop in, but I think he's at work right now.
Yeah,
But
he's probably driving. He's been texting me all morning, but I was driving.
Oh, okay.
I was driving with my daughter, and I couldn't respond. I cannot drive.
But I was saying that letter's gonna have to be I's
right
dotted, T's crossed. We can't forget nothing. And once that letter is drafted, it needs to be in every state, every city. For I don't care. I'll put an organization together to start signing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the petition
that's needed. This is important. This is very important, and we can't sit on nothing no more. Look what's about to happen. We better step our foot and put our. We need a seat at the table. We need a seat at that table.
Well, I got one better than that. We need our own table.
Yeah, I understand that, but we have to. Okay, but we can't get nothing unless we open our mouth.
No, I agree.
They owe us. When you say seat at the table, that means somehow they don't. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I like all the ideas we were saying today about help paying the mortgage, help making sure they got food to eat, making sure they got good nursing aides coming to their homes, everything that they knew, wheelchairs, everything that's needed. They should make sure that the elders have. And the fact that you give immigrants from our tax money and our ancestors' tax money is just not right.
You got to remember something when you're saying that. And I'm not being disrespectful to you about it. But over some time, I noticed they like to use the word immigrant. And then we get caught up with that.
Too.
We get caught up with that word. But I come to find out from my own noticing of them, when they're using the word immigrant, they're talking about their cousins. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, they're going to take care of their families, their family members. And if you notice, all of the immigrants, they're always recorded as what?
Say it again. Just say it.
All the immigrants are recorded and their status, they're recorded as white. All of them. All but us. And that's why I like what Sister Bethy was saying earlier, telling Umar Johnson, you can take that crap and shove it straight up your butt, man, and suck it out with a flavor straw.
Damn.
Ooh.
Now, I normally don't get raw on the conference. I normally don't get raw in the chat or on the panel out of respect for us. But I don't have to respect any of them that are on the outside of us. And I'm trying to get myself in the position or in the mindset to whereas I'm not going to no longer give a damn about them that's on the outside of us. I'm in the mindset right now, whether anybody knows it, of cutting heads off, is silence these suckers. I'm done with them. But I gotta really remain my cool because I get angry quick. I don't like them. I don't like any one of them that go against our people. You go against an Indian, you're dead, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, we could silence people by just ignoring them. But
I ain't ignoring them no more. We've been doing that far too long, and this is why we're in the condition that we're in, because we ignored them. No.
I'm talking about ours. You know what I'm saying? That you just silly for no reason at all. Don't even make half sense. But I'm just saying, I gotta think of who I would think that is a really good attorney. I don't want to say no names that people may not agree with. I guess we just gotta put people we gotta put applicants out, and we have to test the different attorneys. But if we're going to do this, we have to put the division aside, because right here within the tribal people, there's division. In order for us to go forward, we have to put division.
We got to go outside of America in order to do this, because basically, sister, all of this is basically set up by the English. I hate to put it that way, but that's who it's set up by. Now, whether these people who are living here amongst us, who call themselves Americans with us, or trying to take the title for themselves that are called white, they don't want us dealing with the English, because the English will come out with the real truth on this and the laws and everything else, and it'll shut them down.
Well, I would think, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, because I could be wrong. I thought that if we came up with a good letter that would suffice for everybody, talking about when we lose our husbands, or even if you had a wife that was in the service or whatever, according to what Chief Thunder was saying about the Social Security and things of this nature, sometimes it's the opposite. You know what I mean? In different situations with Social Security, the plan that we will come up with, I thought you take that and you go to the legislative people in your areas. I didn't know. Now you running me somewhere different when you saying come out and go out of America.
No, I said that because when you mentioned the attorney, see.
Oh, you saying to get an attorney? I thought you would need to get an attorney that would.
Yeah, not an American attorney. No, I was saying either English attorney or a Scottish attorney, because they're not going to be on the same page with these criminals.
License to be an attorney? I'm confused, but
no, because the bar. Remember what the acronyms the BAR stands for?
British Accredited Registry.
Exactly. So that's why we would use an English attorney.
Okay.
Not these criminals.
Sure. But I just say we need to come up with something, and we need to start building on it now, not tomorrow, as soon as possible, because we can go through something once the presidential thing. They got everybody's doing voting now. The city council, everything from mayor's office here in Delaware. In Delaware, they voting on the mayor. All of this. That's why we're trying to get Velda Potter in.
That's why I say we really need to look at who's been representing us and look at who does not have the balls to admit the truth.
Right.
About the backdating and inserting African American in our history, when not one of us can prove African ancestry. Now there are some people that can, but don't clunk us up. They did the same shit. Don't clunk us up with people that have brown skin and call them all African Americans. Hell no. How do you steal the identity of somebody else? You come here and then you end up being indigenous here, that's very wrong. And it's
Right.
disingenuous.
That's right. Wow.
We had no African stories until the movie Roots. So now we got all our feeble-minded brothers running around with dashikis, and not one of them can prove themselves from being from Africa. Don't
And
give
there
me the
was
story about records being burned. There were none for them to burn because the records that were burned were British records of their own people. We were not in their colonial system.
exactly, and that's why I mentioned that.
So when you talk about burnt records, you're talking about their records of them, not records of us that was already here. We were not part of their colonial system.
And this is true. I think it was Saint. Was that man Saint? He
Yeah,
said
we
that
didn't
if
become
we
part of
find
their
an
system
attorney,
until after 1830.
Right.
During Reconstruction is when we became part of their system. And well, technically in 1830 because they made us subjects because we wouldn't go to
Right.
Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to be going around with these little semantic games.
Right. She's right. Beautiful self.
Your beautiful self. All my sisters are beautiful. All my brothers are fine too. All
And
the
the name
lights,
Chief
the
Thunder.
light skinned ones and yellow ones. You know, they were showing a picture of Not a Coincidence yesterday with his bald head.
Oh,
I don't think he was. He's fine to me. He's gorgeous to me. We have our own opinions on what good looking looks like, but to me, he's nice looking dude. I went with a guy that looked like him. I literally did.
Okay.
So he just looks like a mulatto. Shit. I'm used to that down here. He's not ugly, not to me. Now, his
Well, wait a minute, before you
his-
do that, Chief Thunder, let me ask you this one question. If we find an attorney that we feel, amongst the people that you would find to be in the organization to get this done, how would you want to handle this? Because Saint said we would all have to give up donations, that the ones that really want to do this, really think this is important. You know what I'm saying? Give up donations because, like he said,
okay, so
You don't want to get an attorney. What you don't want to get an attorney. What we really need to use are those students that are what do you call them? That are going to school to
no, we don't want to use them.
No, I don't. I wouldn't have thought that. But we can do this
I'm
without
not.
an attorney.
I mean, I mean, they can assist along, but
that's what I'm talking about. They can assist along in writing it up. I forget that what you call them.
No.
Paralegal?
Yes, because they're not bar yet.
I'm a paralegal, and there's many paralegals in our community. You got what's his name? Richard Neal Bay's wife. She's a paralegal.
Okay.
I'm a paralegal. So we don't need that type of help.
This is the bad thing.
Something like this, yeah. Isness is paralegal. Isness, you know who Isness is. There she go. We're all paralegals. We do all the hard work. But what we want to do, we do want to hire an attorney because the type of class action lawsuit that this would be, it's very important, and we don't have time for people that's practicing. We need professionals. What we need is a solid team that make their donations so that the attorney can be paid for his services.
Facts.
He's gonna want an upfront fee. So we have to stick together and stay strong in making monthly donations, having an accountant oversee those funds, not us, so that we're not accused. You always want to hire an accountant or someone that has a bookkeeper's license, okay, to maintain those funds for us so that that attorney is being paid.
Absolutely.
That's what you want. That way, none of us are being accused of mishandling funds.
I agree with that.
You want to first get your solid group that's going to lock in for this class action lawsuit to file. And then we can interview. You put together a team, which is what would probably be the people can vote on, who will be the uh people that will speak for us out of us. So let's say like we have a group of um 10 people. All right. Well, yeah, a group of 10 people.
Yeah, five
that
women. Do
will
you think 5 women and 5 men? Or
correct.
yeah, it
Correct.
has to be a balance because everything
Right.
works
That
better with balance.
right. Well, that will sit down
Right.
and interview attorneys in Zoom who we feel that will be the best candidate to
Absolutely.
represent us.
That's what I'm talking about.
And
That's
then once we pick that person, we'll get a contract with them, or 10 of us will sign it, the contract, and we'll be responsible for making sure the people submit their monthly donation. And the donation, say like we have 2,000 people, they're only going to be responsible to give $5 to $10 a month, however we decide what the amount should be. That's going to take care of the salary of that representing attorney. That's the way I do business.
I love this exact thing, exact way. That's why I said an organization that will put it together, and not exactly what you're saying. Exactly what you're saying. That's the only way it's going to work.
What we can do is pick a date to meet in Zoom privately, because everything out here does not need to be discussed. We need to go in Zoom and formulate these warriors that are going to work with us, 10 warriors, and then the thousands we continue to address our people of what's going on with the case. But we need to hire the attorney, to file the paperwork, to do everything. That's what they're paid to do.
Right.
We ain't got time to play with college people still trying to get there and haven't even taken the bar yet. Nope. We're in their system.
I only mentioned the bar sister because they would do a lot of the footwork. That's the only reason why I mentioned them. Not to do the legalese work or the lawful work, but to be able to go into the law library or wherever they go, and they can do a lot of the legwork that maybe the attorney. And matter of fact, if I ain't mistaken, you can correct me. I'm not an attorney, never been that or anything. But if I'm not mistaken, attorneys use paralegals to set up their cases, don't they?
Yeah, we're used for that, but we want to be an active part on what they're fighting for us for.
Absolutely.
It's us that's going to speak, and we know how to write down these allegations, which are facts. I'm not going to call them allegations. And we want to monitor how they're representing. We're going to look at and evaluate what you're presenting to the court for us when you fight, so there's no technicalities. That's why we have paralegals like myself, like Isness, like other paralegals. We have other paralegals in the community, and we'll look at the drafting of the complaint. And if it's in our liking and we want revisions, that's what we're here for. We don't want to just say, hey, this is what the United States did to us, file a lawsuit. No, we're going to be very actively involved on what are you saying. We want to make sure you're stating this. We're not Africans. We're not this. This is who they made us when we became
Agreed.
citizens.
I agree.
Not only that, Chief Thunder, this has to be promoted. Once it's filed, it can't be no secret that it's been filed against the nonprofit organization called the United States. It has been filed. The paper, it should be on, and it should be noted in the papers and on radio, the TV, the news. It should be talked about because, see, that'll make them. It just works.
Well, all we have to do is send them a copy of the complaint, the news station, the news
That's
media,
it.
because they should be included in the lawsuit too, as damaging to our history for constantly identifying us. Oh, in the African American community in Juneteenth, I ain't know shit about Juneteenth until Top Cats gave a segment. I'm in the North. I don't even know what the hell that is. So,
oh shit, I've been knowing about Juneteenth since I was in the 6th grade.
Never heard of it here on my
Me
end. Never
neither.
heard of it.
I
Never
mean, I'm
heard of it.
late with it too. I'm with her. I think I
Sorry.
might have heard of it 2 years ago, 2 or 3
Yeah, I'm
years
like,
ago.
who
And
is that?
Sister
What is
Betty,
that?
and Sister Betty, if I volunteered to help do the construction of the documents.
Oh
I
yeah,
would.
we're going to give these. We're going to be providing them with our information. They're not going to provide it for us, but you never know. You might get an attorney that is very familiar with our history and what
Mm,
was done to us. So I'm not going to knock. I'm not going to knock the British accredited registry attorneys because that's what they're there for. That's why they swear on the bar to represent us. And I don't care what these niggas in YouTube say or how they feel about it. Okay? I don't. I don't care how they feel about this. That's what we got to
that's why
stop
they need to
doing.
put that stupid
If we
stuff away. This
continue,
is about
yeah,
the
if we
elder.
continue to listen to their rhetoric about what we shouldn't do, get out this country, get out this state, get out this. Why don't you worry about yourself getting out the fucking corporation? Excuse my language. Because not all of us are with you. This is why we are divided. Because there's some of us that are civil and there's some of us that are uncivil. And I ain't got time to be exercising no nigga behavior with trying to draft a very important document and lawsuit for our people.
Absolutely. And if they
So
don't
sit
care
your
about their
ass back if you ain't
grandmamas and
gonna do
stuff,
nothing.
that's a problem. If they that mind trapped that they can't care about their grandmoms, their aunties, grandpops, all of the elders,
Right.
there's something wrong with them.
Right.
There's something wrong mentally. They need to check their self.
I would agree.
In advance, we need to let them know that, the community know that we are not interested in filing paperwork that's going to bring we're going to suffer the repercussions of being fraudulently charged for bullshit. We don't want to play around with bullshit papers and
Right.
processes.
Right.
This is a civil process. There's a way that it is civilly handled in the United States. All this other shit with claiming lands and filing liens against lawyers and private companies, that's not what I'm representing.
That's
You
criminal.
also got to be careful who you're who you're going to be in tune with putting together a lawsuit. I don't want to be with people who give instructions on how to get back land that was yours for millions of years. I don't want us to be hit up with. So those are the people that I don't want to affiliate myself with fraudulent charges. There's a civil way to file lawsuits, and if you're not no fucking attorney, you gotta hire one. I'm not dealing with no backyard jail lawyers. Not doing it.
And
Focus
they
on the
and
here
they
and
have
now.
and then they have a way of wording things too. Like we speak a different way than the attorneys do. Like
Right.
when Sister
Correct.
Bethy say stuff things about us not being African American, they might say, well, we'll word it like this and we'll word it like that, or that might be a different lawsuit altogether.
It
For
is.
for the
Yeah.
elder situation, and then you ask them for that's two separate entities. But if we find out that this is a good attorney and he's talking our talk, oh, he keeps. But you still, like you said, you got to be careful because people are easily bought. You got to be
Right.
the type of person that really is for it, and they won't give up just because somebody offered them a little couple cents more.
Right.
Because I'm telling you, there's people that's like that.
Right. And what I'm saying, this is why there's paralegals in our community, like myself, like Isness, and there's other paralegals, and where we can brainstorm together and say, hey, well, wait a minute, this is what are you talking about? You
Sister,
have to, and we can revise
Yeah.
the attorney's contract too. It's not all about what their contract. They have their contracts pre-written, but we can add things into that contract.
Sister Bethy, would a constitutional lawyer be best suited?
Yeah, not yes, a constitutional lawyer. Yes.
I'd say
Okay.
use a female and a male attorney. We don't have to have one attorney. It could be a situation. Thing I just deal in balance.
I
So
think that we should deal with one lawyer. When you start
okay,
saying multiple lawyers, you're going to be paying multiple lawyers. There's
no, maybe we can
there's
find
law
somebody
firms
with
where they have multiple people that
yes,
they will
yes,
assign
yes.
on the
That's what I'm
case. So
saying.
that's where
Okay,
we'll get our multiples from.
right.
We only need to
Okay,
deal with one law firm,
right.
and
I
they
understand
happen to
that, and
have
that's what I'm
multiple
saying.
people,
Yeah,
right?
and I agree with
So,
you 100%.
but things like
That's what I'm
this,
saying.
we need to connect, meet in Zoom, be present at the meeting. And we really need a panel of 10 people to brainstorm together where we can make votes, right? And the
Yes.
majority wins. Nobody is in full control. It's all about what we agree on together. That's the way I operate. And I think that's the fairest way. Nobody is the leader or the person in
That's a fact.
charge. We all work together and we make a vote,
Hmm.
and the
Facts.
majority wins. That's how it goes. So we have
Exactly.
to recruit. We have to recruit 10 people. We got 4 up here on the
I want to
panel.
be
We only
involved.
need
I want to
we
be
only
involved.
need 6 more.
You see that? Back check.
We definitely want to be involved. And I know we know who to speak to. You know what I mean? But
And we can't be racist about who we picked as an attorney because our own people that look like us ain't us.
okay.
Correct.
You
And
better say it.
I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I'll be real. If we're gonna be racist about it, I'm gonna be real racist. Because I'm gonna be the first one to say, okay, I want a Jewish lawyer. If we're gonna be fair, we're gonna be fair. If we're gonna be racist about the attorney we pick, I'm gonna be real racist.
You know that bad thing. You know
I'm keeping it in
Thunder
a pot.
already on that.
Y'all gonna if we're gonna be racist about the pick, I'm gonna be very racist. I'm gonna be like, okay, you want a nigga, I want a Jew. Because
I
I
want a
know what
Jewish
our
lawyer.
people do to us.
Hmm. I'm with her on that. I'm with her. I know how our own people do
Hang
us
on, y'all. I
too.
gotta check on my spaghetti. I'm heating
I
it up.
would
I'll be right
I
back.
would
Y'all
agree.
got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that one.
This is something that's very important because if we don't do this, if we get this in place now, it works for our and we got to get it in place where it won't change. It works for our kids, their kids. See, if we already do this, it'll already be in place. You
Yep.
see what I'm saying? That's how important this is. That's exactly how important this is.
And that's why I'm really focusing on the content of that document. What points will be brought into it to show the harm that they have created, not just that part, but what we see moving forward. This is what has
Well,
to happen.
Well,
well, the fact
remember,
that you're saying that, wait a
rem-
minute, I'm sorry, just one second, I'll let you speak, please. That my dad was in the service, my grandfather, my great grandfather, they were all in the service, and my great, did I say great grandfather? I might have said it, but I don't know if I did or not. But they were all in the service. Even the great grandfather, I think he's the one that fought in the Buffalo with the Buffalo soldiers. I mean, there's so much reason why. Okay, say if my dad, God forbid, please don't do nothing to EU Freeze, shoulder, please. But if he did pass on, his wife gets all his stuff from the service. But what about his kids? So I just called him and I said, Daddy, I said, if something happened to you, your wife gets the house and everything. But what about your kids? You know what I'm saying? What if something happens to her? Now, see, I'm his child, but she got her own kids. You understand what I'm saying? That's not my dad's kids. And my dad's stuff will go to his wife. I hope you understand what I'm saying, Copper and Straight.
no, I
And
got that. I
it goes to
understand what you're saying
her
perfectly.
kids. Her kids, but I'm his child. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
you're his
my dad
seed.
got his own kids, but because she's his wife, it goes to her. Not saying anything wrong about my stepmom and my stepsisters, but I'm just saying I hope you get what I'm saying without me making it seem like I'm being disrespectful.
You're not. You're
So
being honest about that.
it took the bloodline out of my dad and went to a whole nother bloodline
That has
that
nothing to do with it.
has nothing to do with my dad. And my dad was the one that was the fighting in the wars.
Here's
And
how you deal with that. Here's how you deal with that. While your father is still living, and what'll take a lot off your mind is call your father back and ask him, does he have a living will? And if he doesn't, contact an attorney and take him to that law office and get that living will taken care of while he's still living and he's conscious of what he's doing and saying. If not, you're gonna have a whole lot of trouble if that man pass away. And you're gonna be angry about some stuff.
As the girls, we've been talking about that because at first you don't want to think about your dad dying I hate using that word, leaving or anything, but it is a thought that now things come out of your bloodline. And in his mind, it might be a situation where that's my wife, but then what if something happened to her?
Both ways.
But everything you got was because you were the one that was in the service. You got your house on the what do you call it, the GI, as you stated, because I called him and asked him what the word was. He did say GI.
Yeah.
So
GI Bill.
That's crazy. We all need to think about that. We all need to think about, like I told my son, everything I have, even though I have 2 daughters, is left to my son. I'm trying to keep the bloodline in because I'm afraid that if I put all 3 of them's name on it, that if they get husbands, somebody gonna try to sell my house. Do you see what I'm saying? At least in my son, it's kept in the bloodline. But in my daughters, they get married and it comes out of the bloodline. Mm-hmm. And we all need to think about that kind of stuff there. That bothers me. And now I have 6 granddaughters, no grandson. And that's what scares me. Is that, and this is serious. Sister Bethy don't know what she.
But you can also work with the attorney, right? You can also work with the attorney when they're writing that living will to put the correct verbiage in it. Even because even your son's wife could be a little stankin' Lucretia,
right?
So you like with me, with my land and our land, with my dad's land, it's written, and the attorney is like, oh, you could never sell this home that's in the will.
That's right.
This house never can be sold.
No.
You can only live in it. You can't sell it. Your sister can't sell it. Your brother can't. You can put that. And they will always lose if they try to sell it.
Isn't the word to use when you're explaining that? The lawful word is called heir property. That's what they call it.
And no heir could ever sell it. You could add that in there.
And the reason why I know the reason why I know this, my sister and some cousins tried to do that with the great grandparents' land. The whole land was there before when they were babies, and it's called Spraggins, and it's right there in Huntsville, Alabama. Some people may know where it's at. Well, they tried to sell a portion of that land when we was at a family reunion back in '82, I think it was. Do you know the sheriff showed up and he was going to arrest them about that?
Yeah, you gotta be careful. And I'm saying I don't have any grandsons, but this house will not go to anybody except the male bloodline from me. So somebody better come up with a boy. If the granddaughters have a son, then after my son goes to that son, now my son might want to keep it in his bloodline. But if he don't get a boy, and my daughter's kids get boys, that's the next person get the house. Because not only, I look at it like this, like somebody put in the chat, because it's a money maker. Because you don't have to live here, but it's 3 sections to the house. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's an apartment upstairs, and it has its own way in. It doesn't have anything to do with the downstairs. And then the basement is completely done, too. So that's 3 different levels of money that you can make.
Right.
That would be stupid to sell it, but it has to stay with a guy, the boys, because the boys is the one that keep the name.
It's all about what you write with that with the attorney that has the living will, and he gonna make sure it don't get sold, because that's your last will and testament. and it will
See,
never be sold. The air, you can air it out
That's
all you
right.
want, but
Bad
your
Saint is
arid ass can't sell it. That's the way my dad's home is in Tampa, Florida. I was, uh, given the home, and I told them that I would like my brother to do it. I was like, go ahead, nigga. You can never sell it. He tried. Did he try to go there? Didn't work. He was pissed off. He said, that nigga died mad at me. I said, no. He told
Yeah.
your black ass not to try to sell it, and it ain't gonna happen.
And when you tell the kids, why are you saying it? They get mad with you. They
And
get
it's
mad with
12
you.
of my brothers. 12. I'm like,
hey,
look, he
hey,
said
brother
what he
George
said.
Mitchell. I had to acknowledge the brother from Huntsville.
Hey,
George Mitchell the third is in the chat. He knows what I'm talking about because he knows my people. If I told him the Mortons, he know them too. If I say the Townsends, he know them too. If I say the Spraggins, he know them too.
Well, me and Sister Bethy's cousins. The Quarleses from King William County, Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Now, it might be by marriage, but we still family.
I feel you. Yeah.
That's
So
right.
so in your case, sister, I would find an attorney and then deal with him on the living trust or living will and testament so that nothing is taken from his daughters of his seed and given to his lawful wife right now and her children who are
Yeah,
not
because
of his
that's what
seed.
happens, and you 100% right, Copper. It's a scary thought. And at first, we don't ask people, and I don't know why, but we don't think about these things. And when I started losing my siblings, and I started thinking about things, I'm like, oh wow, you know what I'm saying? Like I could something, and you know what I'm saying? It's very, very, very scary. So this is these things that we talking about right now that we putting in place for the future of our children and grandkids. So we must do this. This is a whole subject in itself is very important. Now, Bad Saint said everything that my daughter's husbands, when they marry their husbands, they inherit everything that my daughters inherit. And I don't know. Are you saying that
That's
doesn't
true.
work?
That's true. No, she's telling the truth.
No, it's Bad Saint, but Bad Saint, are you saying that they don't do that with the boys or they just do that with the girls? That's what I'm trying to make sure. Are you saying that they do that for both? Like if my son get married, the wife inherit whatever my son gets too? I'm confused. Are you just saying that for the girls?
But she's telling you about her inherited shit that my husband can't touch. Whatever she got from her parents or grandparents, her husband can't touch none of that, regardless.
Okay. So that's why I was wondering, why would the wife inherit if she ain't no relation to the mom? Why would the wife inherit? That's why I just want to make sure when I talk, I want to be, saying the correct things. I don't want to say nothing wrong. And y'all seem to know a little bit more about this than me. So what I'm saying, you get me? Why would she inherit if she ain't no relation?
Yeah, it goes both ways.
Well, he says spouses don't have. I got a little something I can't see what it's saying. Can you see that, Copper? What it's saying?
Where?
He says spouses don't have a claim to inherit property, etc.
Yeah.
I don't know about military stuff. Yeah, I'm really gonna get down with the military because we're gonna use that as part of the plan as well. That
See, a lot of that when you're dealing with the military, there's the Sister Bethy can correct me on this. One, you're dealing with
her spaghetti.
Oh, okay. One, you're what we have to do is go back to the beginning. What is called the war. I want everybody to listen to this. It's called the War Powers Act, starting with, okay? Then, once you understand how the War Powers Act worked, then you can turn and go into what is called, what we were just talking about, what veterans, what do they call it? Dang, it keeps,
The GI Bill.
yeah,
GI.
the GI Bill. And then from the GI Bill, you should be able to read in the GI Bill. There's two things there's more, but there's two things you can see. One, in that GI Bill, you're dealing with spousal support and orphanage support, which all falls up under the Orphanage Act. And once we start following these certain steps that have already been put in place, but we didn't really know how to work them, is because we hadn't been using them because we didn't know then. Well, some of us know now. And then it's not so frustrating. But a lot of times, many of us, we may not know, and we get frustrated in a conversation because you can only take it, but only so far. But then there's others who can take it a little bit further to try to explain it.
Yeah.
And most of the veterans, if you sit down and talk to them, they will tell you some things that is very helpful for yourself without you being even in the military, because you may be the son or daughter of a veteran.
Right. But what happens when you over the age of 18? Then is he no longer, can that help you? But see, that'll be confusing to me too, Copper, because I can use my dad's, the fact that he was in the service to get discounts on like my car insurance. So that
there's something that all of us could have looked up. Something that I ran across some time ago, but I mentioned it. No one ever said anything else about it. Along with what was called the Civil Rights Act, there was also put in there with the Civil Rights Act is called Civil Rights Insurance.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't hear those, I'm just going to say it. We didn't hear those so-called black congressmen and women talking about this, and there's a reason for this. Once, I want y'all to know, some of y'all weren't born yet, and many of us were children who were, above the age of 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8 when all of this was going down. When you look up the Civil Rights Act, it says Indian Civil Rights Act. You know it was nothing but Negroes who got this passed. But right after the assassination of Dr. King is when everything turned to black. And this is where we lost out at, and this is where they stuck us at, and they're going to tell you it's a civil rights. 2 words, not Indian civil rights, which was 3 words. They didn't mention anything about the civil rights, the Indian civil rights insurance. They just told us insurance. So we got caught up in AAA, State Farm, all them other insurance companies, but we didn't use our own. Now, I blame them. I'm just telling you, I blame the ministers for this.
Did we have our own?
Yes. Yes.
Those are the ones that they closed up, right?
Exactly. And they took it over. When they closed ours, they took it over. Just like, let me put it to you like this. Now, Sister Bethy know when I mention this, she gonna know. She gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. Many of y'all gonna know it. Do you all remember growing up when the first time you ever heard of anybody playing what is called the state lottery? Is anybody in there? Somebody put a 1 in the chat if you all remember this. The very first time you remember growing up and you heard the term state lottery. Should have been around about 1972 or 3.
Yep, state lottery. Yep.
Yep, I remember that.
And my
Okay.
grandmother was still giving numbers to the number runner. But go ahead.
Exactly.
You better say it.
Exactly. Because people, what I want y'all to know is that our people are the original numbers people. We created the lottery. I don't know if you know this or not, but it was called the penny lottery. Okay. Now, once they found out that our people all over the place was playing these penny and nickel lotteries and was making huge money off of paying this lottery, well, they had to figure out a way to take it from us. So they formed the State Lottery Commission. It didn't knock out the street number. But the key to it is that they had to get that money from our people so that they could start playing with the state. Now I'm gonna tell y'all a little something. I do play the numbers, and I don't deny it, because I play. I hit too. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. When we're playing these state lotteries, do you know who's the true lottery winners? The state every day. The state every day. But nobody looks at it that way, though. Nobody sees it that way. You don't see that the state is hitting the number every day for millions and millions.
Yeah, because you only could win one time. They win every single day.
Every single day.
$5, they win every day.
And so now when you start looking at it that way, now just take it and look at it in reverse. Now, if the state wasn't getting all that money, what you think our communities would look like? I want y'all to wake up and take a good look at this.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do the same thing with the Indian Baseball League.
Don't get me started.
Hey, I don't know if y'all know it or not, but I can do the same thing with the Indian Football League. I can do the same thing with the Indian Tennis League. I can do the same thing with the Indian Golf League, because Sister Bethy know what I'm talking about when I'm saying these things. Some of y'all never even heard of it. Just like how many people out here believe Ford was the first car maker? Put a 1 in the chat. I'm gonna be looking. Go ahead, put it out there.
See that?
And I'm gonna let y'all know something in a second. Put it out there, because I'm right here where the Henry Ford Museum is at in Dearborn, Michigan. I done been there numerous of times looking at some stuff. Oh, nobody's putting a 1 in the chat for Ford being the. There you go. There you go.
Remember,
Christopher. Christopher put it out there. Christopher put it out there. He put the name.
I used the word black, but I
No. Christopher put it out there. It's called Patterson. He's C.R. Patterson. Now, watch Christopher say if I'm right or am I wrong. C.R. Patterson is the very first one to mass produce automobiles, but he didn't like the automobile.
Was he colored or was he?
No, he was Indian. He was an Indian.
Indian.
Yeah, he was an Indian in the 1800s. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This was before Reconstruction. So C.R. Patterson really didn't like what Ford was the first to what?
Model T Ford.
Create the assembly line. No, he was not. Ford was known for the very first one to create the garage. That was it. Now it's sitting there in Dearborn, Michigan right now. C.R. Patterson really didn't like cars. So what he did was he turned the car division over to his son, and he did what he wanted to do, which was the buses. Now, if you wanted to see the very first C.R. Patterson bus, where do you think that bus was at? Because this place older than y'all think it is.
In the garage.
No. You would find that bus being mass produced in Ohio, but that bus was being taken over to Oklahoma.
So wait a minute, just so I heard you correctly, you said that the first one who built the automobile was an Indian. What now?
Yeah,
What?
C.R. Patterson.
Okay, wait a minute. I said, was he colored? You said
Yeah, well,
no.
yeah. Call him that.
Okay, well, because I didn't know what else to, said to make sure we was on the correct type of Indian.
I don't want to use the B word on him, never, and I don't want to use the AA word on him.
That's why I said I took that back. I had said it. Yes.
So when you start dealing with C.R. Patterson, you might run into Frederick Douglass right along with it.
Mm-hmm.
See, so what we've been getting is everything after Reconstruction, not before Reconstruction.
Oh wow, UTLS United Lives to Struggle said George Washington Carver gave Ford the blueprint at Tuskegee Institution.
To do what? Watch this. What did he give him the blueprint for? Watch this. He gave him two things. Now watch what he mentioned. He gonna give you the first one, but he ain't gonna give you the second one because he don't know it. And I know he don't know. He gonna give you the simile. Yeah, there we go. That's one. Come on. Now what's the second one? Watch this. And when I tell you the second one, y'all gonna be shocked.
Uh-oh.
Nope, not the engine. No, the engine was already done by the Oldsmobile brothers. That's why you got the car called Oldmobile. No. Nope. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Been around a lot longer than y'all ever even thought of. He gave him the formula to plastic crates.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Something.
Telling you, we learned all of this under Negro History Week.
And you know what? Y'all remember when they used to drop the milk off in the plastic crates? They leave it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I'm not. Listen, I know a lot more than I'm letting y'all know, because I grew up with Negro History Week in February, just like y'all grew up with Black History Month, which didn't teach anything but garbage.
Okay. All they talked about was Harriet Tubman ass and Martin Luther King. That's it.
Oh my God.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, wait a minute. The one on the bus. What's her name? It's on the tip of my tongue.
C.R. Patterson.
What's her name? Oh God.
Y'all, are you all familiar with the women's aviators school? Oh wow. Wow.
Familiar.
Yeah, she was the first. Now, I'm just gonna say it. Many people would think that it was some brother who was the first aviator. He wasn't, or they may think some white woman was a first aviator. She wasn't. It was a sister, and she got trained over in France and had to learn how to speak French in order to fly a plane. And her university is I forget, it's either in North Carolina or South Carolina. And I'm not sure if that school's still open or not. It could be, or it might not be. Just like when you wanted to learn how to fly airplanes here, they didn't tell us this, but the Tuskegee Airmen had what is known as the Detroit Airport, and you could go to the Detroit Airport Aviation School to learn how to fly planes. Do you think they was telling these so-called Negro children that? No, but I can tell you one thing. There was a whole lot of them from the suburbs that were little Caucasian children that was going to get aviator license over there at the Detroit Airport. Tell you, our own people is who screwed us. People that look like us, they screwed us. I'm just going to tell it to you like it is.
Because there wasn't enough.
Say that. Say it again, sister.
Because they wasn't us.
Exactly. And we've been voting people in who look like us but aren't of us. And it is our fault because we did not background check them people. And that's how they slipped in on us. But now, and everybody noticed the very first one that the Indians been going in on, the first one is Sheila Jackson Lee.
Oh God, don't say her name, please.
I got to, because she was the first one that people started peeping out that she was not who she claimed to be. And once that was figured out and everybody started doing background check on her, oh, no, lady, you got to go. It ain't sister. It ain't no sister. You got to go. It was no, lady, you got to go. You've been screwing us over. There was another one. He was up in New York. Y'all remember Charlie Rangel?
Yep.
Okay, he was another one. Now I'm just pointing these suckers out to you. And that's when we started paying attention years ago, but it was very few of us that was doing this. And we started peeping game right after 1996 on these clowns. We was like, wait a minute, these people look like us, but they're not of us. Why is it that we can't seem to get this done? We can't seem to do this. We can't seem to do it. And these mugs are con gaming and stealing from us. And we going along with this nonsense because everybody's using the word black. That's how they've been stealing from us.
Yep.
Don't get it twisted. I'm just letting y'all know. They've been robbing us using the word black. Then they started robbing us again using the word African American. Those are thievery words. And they don't like the fact. And they don't like the fact that we're now exposing them about this mess. Now I'm just telling you like it is. And I hate to say this to y'all. Don't get it twisted up in this election that's coming up, because they're only showing y'all two people that's running. See, I'm just telling you. See, they think they slick. They not slick. They pulled this crap back out. None of y'all would probably live in. Only but a few of us.
Business.
Only but a few of us on this in the chat and on the panel that was living then. But y'all were a lot younger than me, because I was already raising two of my children from 19 years old and 22. So I was quite young too, married, working every day, 2 jobs. That they kept us away from home. At least it was for me, because I wasn't having my wife working for nobody. So I worked 2 jobs, a full-time and a part-time. You doggone right I did.
Yeah.
Until them children were able to get up and go to school. And I ain't talking about no darn kindergarten either. I'm talking about till they got to the 4th and 5th grade, because we wasn't trusting nobody with our children. I don't care what nobody says. We did not put our children on the grandparents at all. We didn't do that to them. We brought these children here. We raised them. So I'm just pointing something out to y'all. In 1980, during the campaign of 78 through 79, up to the election of 1980, if y'all go back to that time, you're going to find out what Ronald Reagan was elected by. He was elected by 26% of the registered voters. Are y'all not hearing what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
And they called that a damn landslide. Yeah, 26% of the registered voters voted for Ronald Reagan. And they called it a landslide. So if that's 26% of the registered voters, then what happened to the other 74% of the registered voters?
Hey, Carper, don't forget this now. Remember, he went to the United Nations and asked them, could we take sole ownership of the land? And they told them no.
Oh, yeah, he so did.
The Indians are still here, and
that's
they're still alive.
Absolute fact. But at the time, Sister Bethy, do you know we didn't catch on to what that was saying then?
No, we didn't. Because they already painted in our head that Tonto and And Pocahontas was these people with long hair and stuff.
That's right.
Complaining who the Indian was, so that by the time he went to United Nations, said, "Can we just take over the land?" And the government told him no, because the Indians are still alive and they're still here.
Yeah.
And I'll never, ever, ever forget that.
That is 100% fact. There it is. Throw some more bombs up there.
Told them no. The
See,
Indians are still here. But who
see, the right wingers had a plan, and they never stopped using that plan. So now somebody in the chat some time ago wrote in there what is called Project 225. That ain't gonna pass. That ain't gonna work either for them. You watch and see what I tell you. That ain't gonna work.
All that.
So when we start dealing with people, we're gonna pull an Empress Hobart on their ass and interview them and say, "Sir, we would like you to reveal your damn headline."
We need to hit these candidates up and start telling them you gonna put
if you really us.
You're gonna start putting your identification out there for all to see. Ain't none of that crap gonna pass. You see that right there? That ain't no Indian.
Damn, ain't.
Now, that ain't no Indian. And look here, you can tell by his hairline.
That's right. That's why I said the man we interview to represent us, we want to make sure they ain't got the same goddamn headline.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. What y'all don't know, or you do know, but ain't nobody talking about it. Now, they're showing us Donald Trump and they're showing us Joe Biden, and then you got them other folks out there pushing for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I'm telling y'all now, this is what they're pushing for. But
who? We're in the Midwest?
The Midwest, the West, they throwing this crap all over our faces out here.
Well,
and,
what I'm hearing is Trump all over. So many niggas.
No, that sister, don't fall for the okie doke. See, these are paid people doing this.
Look,
what I'm gonna say,
I'm not falling for the okie doke.
No, don't fall for the okie doke, y'all. Those are paid people, paid to say that crap. That oh yeah, we did so good up under Donald Trump. We did it. Don't listen to that crap.
Well, I say it because I believe it's true. Because even I was doing good.
But Sister Betty,
I felt
you were doing good
when I went to be a Republican. I'm keeping it a buck. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What about Project 2025?
Hold it.
We talking about.
Wait a minute. Hold it now. What I'm saying is a lot of them saying that, and I'm not in disagreement with that. But what I am saying is, take a look and see what you were doing before that election, the years prior to all of that. So it wasn't that he just got in office.
Miserable.
And now look, and the only reason why people are saying what they're saying about it is because of what happened under that COVID stuff.
Nope, this is before COVID.
No, I'm saying that these people are saying it because of what happened during the COVID stuff, not beforehand. You can say it before COVID. I can say it before COVID. But those who are saying this, Now, they're going to throw these two people up in our faces. And you already seen what's been going on through the Supreme Court with this nonsense. But there's a third candidate out there.
Yeah, I know.
They're not featuring him.
Well, who was the third candidate?
I'm still voting for Trump, so I don't give a damn. I made my mind up, and it's staying that way.
He's running in the independent party. Dr. Cornel West.
Oh, hell no.
I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, Cornel West got my vote. He got my vote.
He ain't got my damn vote. He ain't got my vote.
I mean, when you ask yourself this question, did you vote for Barack Obama? Yeah.
No.
Nobody knew about that guy.
Yes, we did.
Now
I'm keeping it a buck. I only voted for Obama, and this is what I get because the man was black. I didn't know shit about him. That's the only reason why I voted for him.
Thank
There's
you.
no other reason why that I voted for Obama, and now my black ass regret it. But
Now, wait a minute. Hold on. We all regret it. We all regret that because we didn't know. This is what I'm saying. We do things because we don't know and don't know we don't know. So we just follow the herd. Now, if I ask the question, what would be the reason for anyone to vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump? Let's be honest with this. Now, remember, you're an Indian now.
You want to know why I want to vote for Donald Trump? I'll tell anybody why.
Okay.
If anybody's willing to listen.
Go ahead. I'm going to listen.
Okay. Number one, I realized that this corporation, these colonials, was never our government. I'll keep it a buck. We came in their government as they increased the land. All right. We weren't naturalized in it. We just was automatically made citizens. For my entire life, all I know is our people were never given an option in reference to the best party to vote for. Okay. We as a people, and I learned this, and I can say this honestly, all my life, and I was born, we were told we were Democrats. We wasn't given no damn option. Matter of fact, they didn't even explain to us what a Democrat and a goddamn Republican was. But in our communities, they just told us, oh no, you Democrat. Republicans are racist and they don't help poor black people. You're poor, so you definitely have to vote with a Democrat. That's what we're taught all our lives. Until one fucking day, me going out campaigning for every Democrat that get in office like a dumbass, not researching. But then I woke up and started researching, saying, wait a minute. Why am I fighting so fucking hard for a party that's giving me hell no matter where I'm at? If I'm at work or if I'm out in the public, private, or anywhere. Why do I want to fight for these? These are the same people I'm fighting for to be in office, and they're fucking me over. Excuse my language. What if I step out? All I ever heard the Democrats say, the Republicans say was, get a job, get off my tax dollars. I forgot in the back of my head, you know what? I agree, because I don't want to be on the state welfare. I want a job. Oh, you're black. You're not going to be able to get the job. You're not going to be able to do it. It was so busy telling me everything I could not do, Democrats, until I woke up and began doing everything they said I couldn't do, including voting in their fucking party. And I voted for Trump, and I campaigned for him, and I don't regret one fucking day of it. I was so hurt when he lost the second term that I'm willing to go out to put him back there, because when he was in office, I saw a lot of my people, civil ones, civil people, very happy, moving along. I seen different initiatives being made for our men with second chance initiatives being able to open their. I've never seen that in the Democratic. I've never seen that in the Democratic life. And I'm done with Democrats. I am a Republican, and I'm going to stay one. And I want Trump back in office.
Okay.
That's my story.
Oh, okay. Now, I'm not in disagreement with you on that. I'm just asking certain things. And, some people in the chat, they're going to answer, what they think and feel too. Because for years, I think, like when I first started voting, it was in 1977. That's when I first started voting. And of course, when it was coming along, the whole house, everybody voted Democrat. If you think about it, we followed the lead of our parents. and uncles and aunts. But as we've gotten older, you got a sense to look at what these Democrats really are about. Even though we've been lied to and we see the lie, many still go along with the Democrats or this. No, when you're saying Democrats, you're probably looking at yourself. But when you look at them other ones that are so-called Democrats, them suckers are sitting back there laughing at us like I don't know what, like we the dumbest people in the whole country.
Well, we have shown to be so far.
No, I
But
get
let's
that.
keep it
I get that, Sister Bethy. But the thing of it is, the average sister or brother that is out here voting like that, freewheeling with the vote for a Democratic president. Because if you ask them who's the Democratic congressman or congress lady they voted for, they couldn't tell you. Not many of them. How about the Democratic senator, or whether it's a male or female? Many of them can't tell you. What about your Democratic one that you voted as a Congress? I mean, not Congress, but in your local government of your city. That's a city council, or even in your county. You couldn't tell. They couldn't tell you because the only thing, and then this is what bothered me, and this is why I just started. Not just started, but this is why I started looking into these candidates, is because one, I needed to know who was on that city council. I needed to know who was in that county. I needed to know who was on the state level. I needed to know who was on the national level. So when I started looking at these Democrats and I started looking at their record, and I'm like, wait a minute, these people in this party, they're not for us at all. They talk a good game, smile and skin and grin in your face to get your vote, and all the time, or once they get in office, they ain't doing nothing for us. Not one thing.
Yeah, but did you study the policies behind them to say that when you came to that
King
conclusion?
Kaz, I'm gonna beat your butt, but go ahead.
Listen,
Come in here with your name being Ishmael Bay.
Oh yeah,
listen,
I'm a new more now, sister.
Listen, brother.
I can't stand him, y'all, right now. I
Wait
can't
a minute,
stand him.
brother man. Yeah, I've studied I've studied the public policy and private law. Sure have. Is this something you've been knowing your whole life?
No, I worked for political campaigns back when I was younger or whatever, man. But I tell people, man, especially in your local areas and local districts, man, you gotta study these candidates. We just be voting and we go down, we fill in the blanks and stuff like that, and fill in the dots. But you gotta study these things, man. Like we're still gonna be affected no matter what. I mean, the presidential one, I didn't vote at all because I wasn't voting for any of them. I mean, after Bernie had fell out, I was like, no, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to vote for Biden. It was like forced on us. But far as locally, man, y'all gotta study y'all people, man. You know, y'all want to get stuff across, whether it's Democrat or Republican, man. Y'all got to study them, and a lot of people don't do that.
How about,
if I may, real quick?
In fact, you
How
have
about-
to study them.
How about look at the nationality of the people that are running for office. Now I want y'all to pay attention to what I just said. Look at the nationality of people that are running for office. They come from other areas of the earth, and they do not think like you or me at all.
Okay, if I may, I wanted to interject this because this was the eye-opening thing for me in my time. It's everybody should know who Robert Byrd is, senator that was a Democrat. He was a Grand Dragon.
Grand Wizard of the Invisible Empire.
Exactly.
What state?
West Virginia.
And he filibustered against rights for black people. I'm just gonna put it out there like that. He did that. Tried not to allow us to have any rights at all. But yet every single person that I know is black votes for Democrat. And that, to me, it's like, how are you voting for that?
Because you're black.
No.
You just don't have
Hell
no
no.
knowledge. No,
No,
sir.
no. I understand, but this is I've even watched that I watched Barry give a eulogy when he died and said this was one of the greatest man and mentors for him. That's what I'm saying. It's you have to know who these people is. That's why I
But
said
straight
that
smoke.
okay.
Even as you say that, Strom Thurmond was the actual Dixiecrat candidate for president. He then came to the
Correct.
Republican Party, and at 100 years of age was being wheeled around by a so-called Negro black
Correct.
person until he died
Correct.
while lying about having a so-called black daughter. So it's two wings of the same vulture. If we could stop it, okay, let me not sound like a
Correct.
nigga here today.
Most
The
of
reason
them.
I called in because you are cooking, Papa Aborigine. When you made the statement about Ronald Wilson Reagan won in a landslide of only 26% of the registered voters, did I hear you correctly, sir?
Yeah.
That's 1 out of 4 registered voters. You see how we
Exactly.
don't do basic math, bro?
That
So
didn't I
who
say
is
it was
registered
what
to
happened?
vote?
Wait a minute. I
Who
said
is
what happened to
actually
the other
registered to vote?
74. I said what happened to the other 74% of the registered voters. If he won by a landslide of 26% of the registered voters, what happened to the other 74% who didn't vote? Oh, I did the math. I been did this. This is nothing new to
No,
me.
I got you, brother. Now let's deal with another simple arithmetic problem that is an absolute lie on its face. Whether you believe 81 million people voted for Uncle Jim Crow Joe or 75 million voted for Orange Julius Caesar, that's over 156 million registered voters out of 330 million, or what is the actual number they're alleging from the last census, Copper Aborigine?
I'm not sure from the last one.
Well, let's just deal with the math. If it's still going to be 1 out of 4 registered voters, what's the formula of 150 million? That would be 600 million people, wouldn't it? And all 600 can't possibly be registered.
Correct.
No child, no illegal bastard that's over here while these liars are claiming they're voting can be registered to vote if you're not a United States citizen, right?
That's correct.
So explain to me how there was 156 million votes cast in 2020.
I couldn't explain that crap at all.
All I'm saying is simple arithmetic, my brother.
See,
we can't seem to have intelligent discussions about simple things. You feel me?
See, the reason why I brought up Ronald Reagan and the 26% is what they had put on the news back in the day. And I was looking at that and I was like, wait a minute, 26%? Right. I said, this doesn't make sense. And then it hit me.
Some forensic auditing now, wouldn't we?
Yeah, and I said, wait a minute, something ain't right with this. I said, they said 26% of the registered voters voted for Ronald Reagan. And they called, and what stuck with me, Alabama, is the word landslide. Wait a minute. It's a landslide.
I'd argue it's more like 100 million. 100 million Americans known as Negroes. But again, should we be counted, enumerated, or taxed, Copper Aborigine?
No.
Should we? Okay then. So what are we not discussing when we have
Wait a minute, brother. You broke up. I couldn't catch none of that.
Feet, Copper Aborigine. You can vote with your choice, meaning purchasing power. You can vote by disengaging. You follow me?
Yeah, I follow you now. Go ahead.
Mic check. Yeah. This voter died nonsense, and it's mighty interesting. Did it, huh? You don't hear about voter die no more, do you? Queen Mother?
No.
Because we did not die to vote.
Well, with
Now let's
today's
circle back to
technology, we don't have to, do we? Let me shut up. Nothing.
Circle back to the Indian civil rights of 1866 and 1968, Copper Aborigines. And you are right, sir. It is the Indian Civil Rights Act that was passed 1 week after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.
They sure kept that under wraps.
Well, but that is the law, right?
Yeah, it sure is.
And that is what's in the record, right?
Correct.
So what's this Negro, colored, and black thing we keep attaching ourselves to and associating ourselves with when there is literally nothing in the color of law, pun intended, pertinent to Negro, colored, or black folk?
Let me calm down. It most certainly is.
I'm just asking, my brother. I'm putting it on the law. Cook, brother. You chef. Serve it up.
Now, the reason why I brought that up is because now I got somebody on the line, Alabama, who you know, because I'm going to bring up a certain particular musical album.
Peace, Alabama.
My sister from another mister. Give us free.
This album.
Free.
Okay, so now I can really make y'all laugh. And
So-
I'm glad Smoke is in the chat. I just want to do something real funny.
So-
they was getting on Not a Coincidence yesterday. And I'm like, well, he's a nice looking brother. Because, you know, my first thought was, oh my God, what if that's E? And I was like, oh, no, that's not him. But he looks a lot like the picture they were showing of him. He looks a lot like the dude that I was going with. No.
From Amistad, he said.
No. He looks like the dude that I was going with before, and I was a cheerleader and shit in high school. Before my mother grabbed my ass and said, okay, you're coming to Hartford. You're starting to smell your ass. And she took me out Bridgeport. And I cried because I had to leave my boyfriend. And when I first saw the picture, I thought it was him. Look at y'all. Don't Smoke, get your motherfucking laugh on.
I'm cracking up too. Memories.
You look at that picture that they were showing of Not a Coincidence. I'm like, what? Wait, hold up. And I had to look, and I was like, oh my fucking goodness. Because Eric is fine. He is fine. I'm sorry. He's fine. That's not a coincidence. But Eric is fine as hell. I'm not going to tell y'all what he did to get him in them bars. But yeah, so get your laugh on. So I don't think Not a Coincidence is a bad looking dude because Eric is fine. And in that picture, yes, that is a mulatto, and he fine as hell. Every chick in the world wanted him. But guess who had her? Now that's back in the day. That's back in the day. That is not now.
Well, the only reason why I was bringing all of this up is because they now know that many of us are out here hollering about us being Indian.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I said many of them, they know now that we're out here hollering that we're Indians. And I brought up the Indian Civil Rights Act for a particular reason because this is what they didn't want us to use. They kept this completely away from us until recently, where some of us were getting the by accident. I'm gonna say it like that. It was by accident that when I called the Library of Congress, I wanted to read the Civil Rights Act. It wasn't for really nothing else. And when I got it, it read, the heading is Indian civil rights. I was like, wait a minute.
Yes,
Copper,
facts.
1866 and 1968. Now, both you and Queen Mother, do you know what happened in 1968 immediately in the wake of the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.?
It
First
was
of all,
revised.
the act was passed 1 week after his murder.
Mm-hmm.
But in June of that year, the American Indian movement was created for urban Indians in Minneapolis, Minnesota,
Absolutely.
would then be co-opted in 1973 by Russell Means and Wounded Knee. But please cook on the American Indian being pimped with imposter Native Americans. Cook, brother, cook.
Wait a minute, Alabama. So let me go back to what I was saying. So I got the Indian Civil Rights Act. They sent it to me, and I got pissed off because I asked for the Civil Rights Act of 1968. I didn't realize there are two, meaning when I asked for the when I asked for the Civil Rights Act from this, I forget the lady's name. I don't know if she's still working there or she retired. But what she did was gave me a number to pick to call. And guess where this number? Guess where it was at? It was at the National Archives of Baltimore, Maryland. So all of you all that live in Baltimore, you need to get your butts on over there, walking, riding the bus, driving your car, riding your bikes, and go get this law that belongs to you.
Yeah.
You ain't got no excuse because you right there in the state where this National Archives is at, or call yourself. But I'm gonna tell you, this Indian Civil Rights Act is strictly for us. And when you read in this thing, there's nothing that the Congress or Senate is going to deny us.
Facts.
We are the ones.
I kept trying to tell y'all, but they don't listen to me. Sister Bethy Dom, she a YouTube Indian. She don't know shit.
Sister, you got to realize. I'll
take that, and I'll
even take a power. Remember, now Ali Bamu just mentioned the 1866.
Yeah.
And then, oh man, now when you get that in your hands, I'm gonna tell you something. Now, when we get that in our hands, it's going to be a lot of corporations trying to close up.
Oh, of course.
They're going to try to close them doors. And if they can, they're going to try to run over there to the, what's the name of that court, Alabama, that they always run to so that they don't have to pay out nothing or anything. What's the name of that court? Oh, man.
Bankruptcy court?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, if you make the phone call and you get the 1866 Indian Civil Rights Act, watch and see what goes on. And I'm telling you, it's going to happen in a matter of days, because one guy used it, but I think he faltered on it. That's just my opinion, but I'm not going to bring his name up. I'm just going to let it be, because he like to killed off Comcast. I'm going to let y'all know that much. Comcast was so afraid. They begged him and his attorneys not to take what they had. And this just happened in the last 3 years.
He mentioned it happened. Claude Anderson likes to do it, but unfortunately, he's calling us Black Indians and Native American imposters.
You broken up, Alabama.
Jeremiah Myers, you are absolutely correct, but you don't see nobody using that, brother. They want you to use Section 8. They're not gonna let nobody know about that Indian Section 8 Act. Housing Act. Oh no, they kept all of that away from us. These sisters have no clue, because nobody was using the term Indian. They kept it away. Now Alabama.
You might have got to go out and come back in, or
Yeah,
we
you
all
gotta
got to
go
go
out and go back in.
on mute when you speaking.
Okay, so get this. So this album that I'm talking about, many of you all now Sister Bethy know it because my mama was playing this in the household when they were growing up. Because it was played in mine.
Sister Bethy.
Huh?
He said Sister Bethy knew this because his mom. I'm older than her.
I said y'all's mother, they were playing this album. They were playing this double album set, and I'm gonna tell you what it's called. It was called Watt Stacks.
Sing one of the songs. I'm sure I'll know because my mother played everything. Everything in that house was very white.
And all of the black entertainers was in Watts, California at this large concert. It's called Watt Stacks. STIX. I think that's how it's spelled. It's a blue album. You got a whole bunch of people in this huge stadium with all of the so-called Negro groups and singers. And you got Jesse Jackson. Listen to me. You got Jesse Jackson making a statement on this album. And nobody was doing this then but him. And the next thing you know, it got real popular and huge. And he said, "Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud." I'm just telling y'all where this is coming from. 1988, what did he say? African American.
Jesse Jackson.
I'm just trying to tell you who's putting
James
this crap out
Brown.
here.
Jesse Jackson, James Brown.
James Brown was forced to do it. And I'm gonna tell you who told the story on James Brown too.
And you know damn well he Indian from Augusta, Georgia. But
Thank you. Thank you. James Brown was threatened right here in Detroit to do that song. And whether y'all know it or not, that song, "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Brown," that came out of Motown.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
Y'all may not know this, but he did that live at the Masonic Temple.
The African American thing, I think that was the worst when they started, because it took everything from us. Once
Somebody put in there. Somebody put in the chat. He said Rufus Thomas. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Rufus Thomas is in there.
But I'm just saying, once they start saying and add that African on, that took everything from us. Everything.
Listen, the only one who was no, sister, you're absolutely right. When it was getting ready to come out about us being Indians, Jesse Jackson jumped up on stage, and that's when he started bringing out that slogan about "Say It Loud." And then he started saying the other one, "Black Power, Black Power, Black Power." I'm telling you, it's all on this album. They put it in our ears for us to hear. But like I said, I was young. I couldn't have been old about somewhere between 9 and 10 when that LP came out. But the elders at that time who were in their teens, 20s and 30s and 40s, who are now in their late 70s, 80s and 90s, and the ones that any further up, they're dead. They're gone. They went along with this, and all you have to do is go back to 1970 and see how many of them same people are still living. It ain't many of them still living.
They hypnotized us with this mess.
Right.
Technology, that's what Elijah Muhammad called it. Technology.
Well,
that's what it did, and tricked a lot, because you can hear people today saying it like it's been said. You African American freedom. Don't you see this African American? I'm like, that's two different words. Wait a minute, you don't think that they tricked mine and you when they got
listen,
you know how that they trying to put together to make a
sister, do you know how to break that spell? It's real simple. You know how to break that spell? One document breaks that spell. Stops all the nonsense. Because I had to do my own children like this when they came home from school with that nonsense. Whoa, wait a minute. What I did was, as they were reading and they were growing up, What I did was I pulled their birth certificates out.
Okay.
I said, now, right here, daughter, because my oldest child is a girl. Second is a boy. Third is a girl. Fourth is a boy. Fifth is a girl. I pulled the birth certificates out. I said, now, each one of y'all's birth certificates, ain't nothing on there say black. Nothing on there say African American. So if you say them to, now these are my children, y'all. So don't get upset like I'm talking to everybody else. I'm only talking to my children with this nonsense. I said, the next time I hear that word black come out your mouth, I'm gonna put it back in your mouth. If you say the word, if you say that word African American, I'm gonna knock it back in your mouth, because now you know you are without excuse. You know who you are. At least this is what it's saying under race, Negro.
Yeah, that's what I said too.
Don't come up out your mouth with that black or African American, because you're gonna make me hurt you, and I don't want to do that. I love y'all, but I'm not going for no ignorance, and I'm not going for no foolishness. Now, for those of you all,
am I still on audio?
Let him Copper. He's trying to check his mic. Would you go ahead, Alibaba?
FBA origin saying stop being racist. How is that being racist? Why is it that when we FBA
wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, sister. See, they're using the word racist. Stop being racist. Okay. FBA origin, you're using the word racist, but you're using the wrong word. So you're a young individual using the word racist, and you might use the word racism, but you're using the wrong term trying to tell somebody to stop being racist. Anybody want to be racist?
Any person, Copper Aboriginal. Any person referring to themselves as a foundational Black American, the author of that book is Race Bader.
Oh,
that's
okay. So that's
book,
what FBA.
That's what FBA is racist.
Wait a minute.
The foundational Black American, Tariq Nasheed, is a race baiter. That is the title of his book.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I haven't read anything by him or even really listened.
No, Copper, I was not directing at you. I'm directing at anyone who calls themselves ignorantly a foundational Black American. That is racist by definition. So don't be calling the pot kettle black, Mr. and Mrs. FBA. You are a race baiter, just as your guru, Tariq Nasheed, the race baiter. Now, I don't know what the last thing you heard me say, Cop Aborigine, but as I was trying to explain that Claude Henderson, exactly, because Claude Henderson, if you are familiar with him in Powernomics and White Wealth, Black Labor, you familiar with that book?
Yes, very familiar.
Okay. Now, when he makes passing reference to the 1866 Indian Civil Rights, he keeps denigrating us by referencing us as Black Indians.
Yes, he does, and I
That's
can't
race
stand that.
baiting. That's race baiting. Now,
guess what?
for the other, and I'm going to let you cook on this. This is my last log for your fire, Copper Aborigine. The elder Neely Fuller Jr. is still alive at 94. And this race-baiting bastard who loves to throw around the phrase to be on code for his other FBA stooges, never once does he talk about the actual book authored by Neely Fuller Jr., The Code. So he is off code by plagiarizing. Next, he never says black. He says white and non-white. Now, I know you're familiar with Neely Fuller Jr., the mentor of Francis Cresswell. Cook on that, brother, for these FBA pan-boo-boo goofy wannabes.
Guess
you
what?
Got it, brother.
They can have the FBA now that I know that FBA stands for Foundational Black Americans, which are no such thing. So if that guy is talking about being racist, he might want to really go look up what a racist is instead of just writing the word racist. And I'm just going to leave it like that because I know that they don't know and don't know they don't know. So they just don't know.
But my good brother, Copper Aborigine, the title of the book is Race Baiter. And I know you have heard Tariq Nasheed baiting tethers, as he calls them, baiting foreigners with race every day.
But Brother Alabama, I've never really heard anything from what's his name? Tariq Nasheed, I think that's what you said.
Tariq Nasheed, his claim to fame is the Hidden Colors video series. Whether you watch it or not, that's fine. Whether you have, I'm just dropping for the FBA brothers and sisters.
Oh, okay. So it's not for me. Go ahead, bro. Go on, cook.
Buck Breaking, another one of his documentaries. The American Maroon, another one of his documentaries. 1804, about the so-called Haitian Revolution, another one of his documentaries. And right now, as he tries to lift himself up as a gatekeeper for hip-hop culture, the documentary is called Microphone Check. So what he has done, first and foremost, by creating a term, he has trademarked niggerdom. Now, that's what I'm calling it, niggerism. Okay? Calling yourself a foundational black American is no different than calling yourself a nigger. And if you call yourself black in any regard, my queen mother knows the color of law and Black's Law Dictionary says that you are civilly dead. So be black. Go get your Bible by Sean Rochester called The Black Tax and find out how you'll live a black experience from cradle to the grave. That's race baiting, my brother. You got it?
Well, anyway, I'm going to go back to this, what you had mentioned earlier about the 1866 Indian civil rights. And I know for a fact, if the majority of us who are Indians get this particular one, they will hurry up and run to, I forgot it again, bankruptcy court. They're going to hurry up and try to get up out of it. They're going to shut all of this stuff down. All of it, because now it's showing that.
Copper, since you keep mentioning that, heirs, property, inheritance, and what is probate for the American, known as the Negro, being referred to in the Constitution as the Indian who should not be taxed. Cook, brother, cook.
They're going to have to return everything back to us. Everything. They don't want you to have that. They don't want us to have that 1866 Civil Rights Act. No, because when you got them both, you ain't got to draw up no documents. You ain't got to do nothing. This is actual facts. You bring them into court where they got what leg they got to stand on. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna say a leg.
My brother, we have to underscore this with bold letters, all caps, screaming with exclamation points. Is this an act of Congress? The 1866, the 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act. Is that an act of Congress?
That's an act of Congress. Yes, it is.
Is that the law of the land, my brother?
Yes, it is.
Is it under the Constitution? For these fools who keep saying, Constitution ain't got nothing to do with that. Is it constitutional law that the United States Congress is legislating an act of law? For what purpose again, my brother? Cook on it. Cook on it, because I'm tired of these ignorant niggas.
Absolutely, 100%. I'm not in disagreement with that because I read up on it too. And when I seen that it was an act of Congress, I said, whoa, what is wrong with these people out here that they don't read? Who is running this? Why isn't I'm gonna call them what they are. And I know Alabama, just give me a second. Now we know that we are being controlled out here by a certain group of people in this government who isn't
Come on, brother. The Congressional Black Caucasians.
Thank you.
I'm gonna name
Come on.
them, but you
Come
want
on.
the
All right. You
Congressional
read
Black
my mind now.
Caucasians.
There it is. There it is, right there. Now, y'all want to know who we can go after? And I'm going to tell you something. They can get shot by the military. Right. Ain't nothing they can do about it. Nothing.
What is the punishment for treason and sedition, my good brother, Comp Aborigine?
Shot by military squad. Ain't nothing they can do about it. Chat done got a little quiet when I mentioned that.
Because the simple fact of the matter is, until the American, now, Copper, I think you've heard me be very clear and succinct and concise with my message. My message is identity crisis is a thing.
Yes,
and there
it is.
can be only one American.
And that's us. Ain't nobody else can be an American. Whatever you read in that dictionary on that you watched, you read an identity theft that took place. Right after it tells you, what does this say out of that whole definition at the end of it at the bottom?
Cute language, Copper. Don't they like to say, now apply?
Thank you.
Now apply to the descendants of the Europeans. And what is a peon again, my brother?
Correct. 100% correct. We've been at it. We just now starting to discover a lot of this stuff. It's been there. We just discovering it now. And believe me, there's a lot of them.
My brother, what is a peon? What is a serf? What is a peasant?
Peonage.
These are people of poor moral character at best.
At best.
And don't people who are thieves come from a starving background of poverty? Isn't that the seed of criminality? Poverty, is it not?
I like to use the word that described that word that you just said of who these people are. So I'm gonna just put it out here so everybody else will know. And I'm gonna say it real slow so everybody can either spell it out by syllable. Because this is who they are. They are Scavians that you've been calling or you have been taught to call white. These are Scavians. And when you learn who these
brother, hold up, Copper. Now, you got to explain what scabies are. It's a disease. Please explain what scabies are, brother.
They are